Wherever you go, whatever you do, you are never far from ABB Drives and Motors. From cooling to warming a building, we help you hit the right temperature while avoiding high monthly energy bills. We also make sure you can squeeze out every gram of sugar without wasting a drop of energy. And for extracting raw materials, we are breaking new ground in safe, efficient electric mines. We provide the power to bend metal and the precision to craft paper. Our smart motion technology enables oil, gas, and chemicals to flow and brings uninterrupted water and power for millions of people around the world. ABB's traction technologies, from drives and motors to battery storage systems, make rail transport even more sustainable. Wherever you look, ABB Smart Motion keeps your world turning.
We are at a turning point. We need to cut CO2 emissions. And the most effective way to do this is to use less energy. However, we can't switch off everything. We need to produce food, keep water running, air flowing, trains moving, and ships sailing, while continuously improving the energy efficiency. With ABB Drives and Motors, we can do just that. We can keep the world turning while saving energy every day. This is our mission. With your help, it will become a movement. Through product innovation and sharing knowledge and insights, we can improve performance, safety, and reliability, and help drive the low-carbon future for industries, cities, and infrastructure. Together, we can progress and sustain the future of industry and humanity. We are moving forward, but with your help, we can go much further. Join us and be part of the energy efficiency movement.
Exponential data growth, rising infrastructure and energy costs, breakneck project schedules. The issues facing today's CIOs, IT managers, and data center facility managers get more complex every day. It's not enough to keep your data centers operating. You're responsible for driving results. Eaton helps its customers design and manage the world's most efficient data centers to optimize IT operations and improve business performance. Our industry-leading power and thermal management solutions can help you increase the reliability and efficiency of your data center to reduce your total cost of ownership, adapt to new technologies to meet your organization's changing needs, and scale rapidly to capture new opportunities by reducing your time to market. Eaton Power Conditioning, Distribution, and Backup Power Protection Systems deliver unrivaled performance and energy efficiency to customers all over the world. Proven in the most challenging IT environments, Eaton solutions ensure there's always a steady flow of high-quality power to your data center, so you can reduce your need for redundant power and cooling systems. Eaton airflow and thermal management, combined with rack and enclosure solutions, enable you to pack more processing power into your data center. And our innovative software solutions give you the power to monitor and manage your data center like never before. From cabling under your floors to energy-saving LED lighting overhead, Eaton experts can help increase the efficiency and expand the capacity of your new or existing data centers. We'll work with you to create a more flexible, adaptive IT environment with modular solutions that enable you to scale quickly to changing business needs. Our world-class engineering team will help you accelerate the design and commissioning of your data center. And our global service and support network will help you keep it running flawlessly. Tackle your next data center challenge with a power management leader that has more than 100 years of experience, a reputation for innovation, and an unwavering commitment to doing business right. Work with Eaton to transform your data center into a center of excellence.
From beacon tower to telegraph, telephone to mobile phone, in thousands of years, we have been innovating and enriching connectivity. From people to people, people to things to things. Connectivity is always booming. It will be a connected world. By 2025, there will be 100 billion devices connected and 100 ZB data streamed. As data barriers, data centers will mushroom. Future data centers will be all connected, intelligent, and simple. Decisions will be fast and accurate with global resources analyzed. Construction is no longer demanding. Data centers are prefabricated in factories, assembled on site, fast to deploy, and flexible to expand. Data centers will be digital. From component, module, system, to data center itself, information is perceivable, visible, and manageable. Data centers will be intelligent. They will be manageable anywhere, anytime. Unattended operation, automatic inspection, and real-time parameter analysis make management more intelligent. Cooling and power facilities interact with IT business changes to reach an optimal PUE. Data centers will be networked. Global cloud data centers are connected and can be centralized and managed to ensure prompt response to faults and reliable operation. Huawei Intelligent Data Center delivers digital, networked, and intelligent concept into finance, transportation, energy, communication, and other industries. We are building a better connected world. Huawei Intelligent Data Center, greener and easier.
A next-generation data center will need to converge massive data to build unlimited computing power. Adopting a prefabricated and modular design to simplify deployment. Elastic architecture and on-demand deployment will reduce initial investment and maximize ROI and IRR. Converged and simplified cooling architecture will harness natural cooling resources, minimizing PUE. A fully converged power supply system with a modular and high-density design will offer an uninterruptible power supply, achieving high reliability and slashing the physical footprint. A next-generation data center is digitalized with full-link visualization, automatic fault isolation, and AI-powered maintenance, ensuring security and reliability. With added intelligence, AI will provide optimal energy policies, minimizing power consumption. Such a data center will offer dynamic resource analysis and full visualization, and will be self-healing and autonomous, with full lifecycle intelligent operations, ultimately implementing autonomous driving. In an ever-changing digital world, a next-generation data center will never stop evolving. Smart DC, building the future.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, you are never far from ABB Drives and Motors. From cooling to warming a building, we help you hit the right temperature while avoiding high monthly energy bills. We also make sure you can squeeze out every gram of sugar without wasting a drop of energy. And for extracting raw materials, we are breaking new ground in safe, efficient electric mines. We provide the power to bend metal and the precision to craft paper. Our Smart Motion technology enables oil, gas, and chemicals to flow and brings uninterrupted water and power for millions of people around the world. ABB's traction technologies, from drives and motors to battery storage systems, make rail transport even more sustainable. Wherever you look, ABB Smart Motion keeps your world turning.
We are at a turning point. We need to cut CO2 emissions. And the most effective way to do this is to use less energy. However, we can't switch off everything. We need to produce food, keep water running, air flowing, trains moving, and ships sailing while continuously improving the energy efficiency. With ABB Drives and Motors, we can do just that. We can keep the world turning while saving energy every day. This is our mission. With your help, it will become a movement. Through product innovation and sharing knowledge and insights, we can improve performance, safety, and reliability, and help drive the low-carbon future for industries, cities, and infrastructure. Together, we can progress and sustain the future of industry and humanity. We are moving forward, but with your help, we can go much further. Join us and be part of the energy efficiency movement.
Exponential data growth, rising infrastructure and energy costs, breakneck project schedules. The issues facing today's CIOs, IT managers, and data center facility managers get more complex every day. It's not enough to keep your data centers operating. You're responsible for driving results. Eaton helps its customers design and manage the world's most efficient data centers to optimize IT operations and improve business performance. Our industry-leading power and thermal management solutions can help you increase the reliability and efficiency of your data center to reduce your total cost of ownership, adapt to new technologies to meet your organization's changing needs, and scale rapidly to capture new opportunities by reducing your time to market. Eaton Power Conditioning, Distribution, and Backup Power Protection Systems deliver unrivaled performance and energy efficiency to customers all over the world. Proven in the most challenging IT environments, Eaton solutions ensure there's always a steady flow of high-quality power to your data center, so you can reduce your need for redundant power and cooling systems. Eaton airflow and thermal management, combined with rack and enclosure solutions, enable you to pack more processing power into your data center. And our innovative software solutions give you the power to monitor and manage your data center like never before. From cabling under your floors to energy-saving LED lighting overhead, Eaton experts can help increase the efficiency and expand the capacity of your new or existing data centers. We'll work with you to create a more flexible, adaptive IT environment with modular solutions that enable you to scale quickly to changing business needs. Our world-class engineering team will help you accelerate the design and commissioning of your data center. And our global service and support network will help you keep it running flawlessly. Tackle your next data center challenge with a power management leader that has more than 100 years of experience, a reputation for innovation, and an unwavering commitment to doing business right. Work with Eaton to transform your data center into a center of excellence.
From beacon tower to telegraph, telephone to mobile phone, in thousands of years, we have been innovating and enriching connectivity. From people to people, people to things to things. Connectivity is always booming. It will be a connected world. By 2025, there will be 100 billion devices connected and 100 ZB data streamed. As data barriers, data centers will mushroom. Future data centers will be all connected, intelligent, and simple. Decisions will be fast and accurate with global resources analyzed. Construction is no longer demanding. Data centers are prefabricated in factories, assembled on site, fast to deploy, and flexible to expand. Data centers will be digital. From component, module, system, to data center itself, information is perceivable, visible, and manageable. Data centers will be intelligent. They will be manageable anywhere, anytime. Unattended operation, automatic inspection, and real-time parameter analysis make management more intelligent. cooling and power facilities interact with IT business changes to reach an optimal PUE. Data centers will be networked. Global cloud data centers are connected and can be centralized and managed to ensure prompt response to faults and reliable operation. Huawei Intelligent Data Center delivers digital, networked, and intelligent concept into finance, transportation, energy, communication, and other industries. We are building a better connected world. Huawei Intelligent Data Center, greener and easier.
Welcome to the event of Indonesia Data Center Provider Association, or IDPRO. And while waiting for the event to begin, we're inviting you to turn your camera on and kindly mute your microphone during this event. Today's event is supported by ABB, Eaton, and Huawei. Ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished guests, we also would like to inform you that during the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, we are encouraging everyone to stand up. Thank you. To the event of Indonesia Data Center Provider Association, or IDPRO. And while waiting for the event to begin, we are inviting you to turn your camera on and please mute your microphone during this event. Today's event is supported by ABB, Eaton, and Huawei. Ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished guests, we also would like to inform you that during the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, we are encouraging everyone to stand up. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the event of Indonesia Data Center Provider, or IDPRO, with our theme, Data Center Development Trends and Opportunities in Indonesia. This event is supported by ABB, Eaton, and Huawei, and we thank everyone for joining us and attending this event. My name is Selvin Jenita, and it is my pleasure to be your MC for today's event. Just before we start our first agenda, we would like to welcome our distinguished speakers and representatives, Mr. Hendra Suryakusuma, IDPRO Chairman, Mr. Samuel A. Pangerapan, Director General of Informatics Application, Ministry of Communications and Informatics, Dr. Insinyur Hamam Riza, MSc, IPU, Principal Expert Engineer in ICT Assessment and Application Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency, or PPT BRIN, Mr. Marco Ciofi, COO of PT DCI, Mr. Sani Iskandar, Chairman of Industrial Estate Association, HKI, Mr. Leontinus Alpha Edison, co-founder of Tokopedia. Professor Lee Po Seng, the Executive Director, Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore. Professor Kalamula Ramli, IDPRO Advisory Board and one of IDPRO founders. Mr. Ray Lianto, Drive Sales Manager, representatives from ABB. Mr. Rich Farrell, Director, Digitalization Cloud and Data Center Segment, Electrical Sector, representative from Eaton Asia Pacific. And Mr. Andy Liu, Chief Executive Officer, Huawei Digital Power Indonesia. And of course, we welcome all distinguished guests and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our event today with Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Will the audience please stand up in honor of the national anthem? Indonesia Raya. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our distinguished guests, aligning IDPRO National Conference and Indonesia 76th Independence Day with national theme, Powerful Indonesia, Growing Indonesia. Through the participation of Indonesia Telecommunication Society Membership, or MASTEL, IDPRO in this 5 years existence with 11 members, representing 75% national capacity for data center in Indonesia, took the initiative to contribute the importance of building environmentally friendly data center, or green DC, with low carbon emission levels, but still upholding data independence and sovereignty in Indonesia. IDPRO commits and strives to advancing nation's technology in hope to thrive better and stronger. We aspire to be independent, resilient, and we aim to be technologically advanced. As an association to accommodate all the potential of the nations related to the data center industry strongly supports this. And in today's webinar, we are going to discuss the progress and the future of Indonesia's data center technology. Hence, our theme is Data Center Development Trends and Opportunities in Indonesia. We do really hope everyone involved will enjoy and benefit from the discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you this event has carried out the COVID-19 health protocol. Everyone involved in the studio has taken the rapid test antigen and all test results declared as non-reactive. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we would like to invite the chairman of IDPRO, Mr. Hendra Suryakusuma, to deliver a welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Hendra Suryakusuma.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sehat, dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Thank you to our colleagues, my fellow IDPRO members, especially Pak Michael Abimanyu. He is our Executive Director, and Mirage team for arranging this webinar. And also to our sponsors, ABB, Eaton, and Huawei, for their great support for this webinar. It's an honor for me to be here. Good morning, distinguished participants. Thank you for taking your time to attend this webinar. My name is Hendra Sirakusuma, and I'm the founder and currently chairman of IDPRO. In my other capacity, I'm also the co-founder and CEO of IDPRO. Currently, we are focusing in providing cloud solution to Indonesia market. We partner with Amazon Web Service, Google Cloud Platform, Bit Supercloud, and Fujitsu in providing cloud solution for both government institutions as well as private enterprises. Currently, my company partnering with Telecom and also NTT to host our cloud infrastructures. On behalf of IDPRO, I would like also to welcoming our amazing speakers and panelists today. We have Pak Semi Pangarapan from Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Pak Hamam Riza from PPT BRIN, my good friend Leontinus Alpha Edison, co-founder of Tokopedia, Pak Sani Iskandar, Chairman of Industrial Estate Association, HKI, Pak Stefanus Oscar also joining us today, Professor Kalamul Haramli from IDPRO Advisory Board, also CEO of DCI, Marco Chiofi, Professor P.S. Lee, Executive Director, Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore, Professor Suhasil Nazara, Vice Minister of Finance of Indonesia, and also to our DC Solution speakers. Today we are going to have Mr. Andi Liu, CEO of Huawei Digital Power Indonesia, Pak Ray Lianto, Draft Sales Manager ABB, and Mr. Rich Farrell, Director, Digitalization Cloud and Data Center Segment, Electrical Sector, Eaton APAC. Let me give you perspective about IDPRO. So IDPRO stands for Indonesia Data Center Provider Organization. It was established back in June 2016. Currently, we have 10 DC providers and 1 university, which is University of Indonesia, represented by Professor Kalamul Haramli as our member. So these are our members. We have CBN, DCI, Dwi Tunggal Putra, IDPRO, GTN, Indosat, Lintas Arta, NTT, Princeton Digital Group, which is our newest member, Telkom Indonesia, Telkom Sigma, and University of Indonesia. Currently, IDPRO members represent around 75% of DC space and power capacity in Indonesia. Speaking about power capacity, currently IDPRO members manage and operate around 72 megawatts of power capacity, and this number will increase quite significantly to around 120 megawatts at the end of this year. IDPRO also supporting Indonesia's government to become the biggest digital nation in the region. We really focus on enhancing data center infrastructure quality in Indonesia. And together with Ministry of Communication and Informatics, also with Badan Standarisasi Nasional, we managed to roll out SNI Pusat Data 8799, which is becoming the Indonesia data center standard. And in second week of August this year, we launched 2 digital platforms. One is e-learning platform to give comprehensive knowledge about what is SNI Pusat Data, and 2 is the self-assessment platform, so that public will be able to compare their existing DC infrastructure with SNI Pusat Data. Data centers plays a crucial role in digital transformation process. At the same time, they are the key to nation's digital inclusion, which will be discussed in our first panel with Professor Kalamul Haramli. And I would like also to invite everyone to join me and fellow panelists on second panel discussion, which will discuss about roles of data center in supporting the growth of digital economy. Based on Mastel projection, looking at the past performance, this industry will contribute around $12.2 billion in 2024 to Indonesia's GDP. It is imperative to balance this rapid growth of digital economy, and looking at all these dynamics, the rapid growth in computing resources demand, which will lead to new data center being built because it's in the same ecosystem, we have to find more effective, efficient, as well as sustainable ways to generate power for this industry. I know that it's a huge undertaking, but by strategically collaborating with multiple stakeholders and working closely with prominent leaders in supporting industry and communities such as Mastel, APJI, which is Indonesia Service Provider Association, Masyarakat Konservasi Energi, MASKE, Asosiasi Cloud Computing Indonesia, and also the regulators, I strongly believe we can make it happen. That's essentially what I would like to share with you today. To conclude, IDPRO are willing to collaborate and to create a more secure, reliable, green and sustainable data centers in Indonesia. And through wonders of technology, I strongly believe we can achieve it together. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hendra Suryakusuma, for your remarks. Next session, we would like to invite Dr. Insinyur Hamam Riza, MSc IPU, the Principal Expert Engineer in ICT, Assessment and Application Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency, or PPT BRIN, for a speech. Please welcome Dr. Hamam Riza.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam sehat. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu, para peserta webinar IDPRO, perkenankan saya Hamam Riza, Principal Expert Engineer in ICT Assessment and Application of Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency, presenting National Data Center Development Plan to support Indonesia's digital transformation roadmap. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo telah menyampaikan kepada kita semua 5 langkah percepatan transformasi digital yang meliputi perluasan akses dan peningkatan infrastruktur digital, mempersiapkan roadmap transportasi digital, sektor-sektor strategis, serta percepatan integrasi pusat data, yang saya kira merupakan topik yang menjadi perhatian kita pada saat sekarang ini. Selain itu, kita juga menyiapkan kebutuhan sumber daya manusia bertalenta digital, dan penyiapan regulasi skema pendanaan dan pembiayaan transformasi digital. Terkait dengan integrasi pusat data nasional, kita mengetahui bahwa transformasi digital yang menjadi roadmap Indonesia Maju 2020-2024 terdiri atas beberapa tahapan, antara lain kita menyongsong ekonomi kreatif dan digital sebagai sumber pertumbuhan. Kita juga ingin di dalam 10 kurun waktu 10 tahun yang akan datang akan menjadi ekonomi kreatif, penggerak ekonomi berbasis inovasi, innovation driven economy, yang merupakan tujuan dan sasaran dari Sustainable Development Goals yang berlaku secara global. Pada saat Indonesia 100 tahun merdeka, kita menginginkan, mencita-citakan Indonesia sebagai salah satu pusat ekonomi kreatif dan digital berkelas dunia. Tentu saja hal ini bukanlah sebuah perjalanan yang mudah karena berbagai upaya di dalam mencapai suatu titik kematangan penerapan teknologi digital di Indonesia membutuhkan berbagai langkah-langkah pasti dari kita semua. Antara lain, perluasan broadband, integrasi layanan dan infrastruktur dari sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik, pemanfaatan infrastruktur teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, baik itu untuk pendidikan, kesehatan, sosial, pertanian, hingga kepada kota cerdas. Kita juga mengetahui bahwa adopsi teknologi seperti big data, Internet of Things, cloud computing, hingga kepada artificial intelligence merupakan dasar-dasar daripada transformasi digital yang kemudian memberikan penguatan kepada kita semua untuk mencapai visi Indonesia 2045 sebagai negara dan sebagai salah satu pusat ekonomi dunia. Oleh karenanya, di dalam mengupayakan transformasi digital, maka terlebih lagi di tengah pandemi COVID-19, work from home bukan berarti tidak bekerja produktif. Justru dengan proses transformasi digital, kita bangkit dan berusaha untuk terus menghasilkan karya-karya inovasi, tiada henti. Kami sendiri telah melaksanakan transformasi digital sejak tahun 2019, ya, malah sebelum pandemi COVID-19 ini, dengan mengembangkan dan memanfaatkan 41 aplikasi digital, sesuai dengan seluruh bisnis proses yang berjalan di dalam pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi. Sebut saja, kami telah menggunakan aplikasi Knowledge Management System untuk mengoleksi seluruh ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, menguasai teknologi, mendayagunakan teknologi, dan menjamin keberhasilan penerapannya. Kita juga melayani seluruh balai-balai teknologi yang memberikan pelayanan kepada industri melalui aplikasi transformer, dan kemudian membangun sumber daya manusia dengan memanfaatkan aplikasi sistem merit yang mengutamakan munculnya talenta-talenta di dalam pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi. Selanjutnya, 41 aplikasi tersebut saling terintegrasi untuk melaksanakan seluruh proses pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi. Dan di sini selain Knowledge Management System, aplikasi sistem merit dan transformer, kita juga telah menggunakan aplikasi digital untuk sistem presensi yang kami sebut dengan face biometric dan online authentication, Fabiola, dengan aplikasi yang mendukung terselenggaranya sertifikasi elektronik ataupun tanda tangan digital, yaitu iAuthentic, dan mengedepankan seluruh transformasi digital di dalam pengelolaan perekayasa dengan aplikasi Siduper. Oleh karenanya, transformasi digital untuk pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi adalah sebuah keniscayaan yang terus kami hela melalui pemanfaatan berbagai proses dari digitalisasi hingga kepada sistem yang terdepan dalam memanfaatkan cloud computing, data center, serta artificial intelligence. Sebut saja iAuthentic, yaitu penggunaan tanda tangan elektronik untuk seluruh berkas yang kita laksanakan di dalam upaya melaksanakan pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi, dan ini tentu saja menjadi sebuah kebiasaan baru bagi kita, ya, dengan diterimanya tanda tangan elektronik ini sebagai tanda yang sah, ya, bagi seluruh dokumen-dokumen dinas maupun dokumen-dokumen yang terkait dengan birokrasi. Dan tentu saja keseluruhan daripada aplikasi yang telah dibangun menjadi juga bagian daripada implementasi sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik sesuai dengan Peraturan Presiden Nomor 95 Tahun 2018. Kami mendapatkan kepercayaan untuk melaksanakan audit SPBE, yaitu membuat standar dan tata cara, audit aplikasi, audit infrastruktur, hingga kepada kemampuan kami untuk melaksanakan cloud services, memanfaatkan pusat data nasional ataupun pusat data pemerintah di dalam mengedepankan teknologi berbagi pakai. Tidak lupa kami menyampaikan juga tentang pemanfaatan knowledge management yang merupakan bagian daripada manajemen pengetahuan, ya, yang sangat diperlukan di dalam kegiatan pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi, dan khususnya untuk menjalankan sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik. Pada tahun 2020, penugasan SPBE ini telah juga berwujud kepada strategi nasional kecerdasan artifisial yang kemudian menjadi prekursor bagi terlaksananya AI Innovation Summit pada tahun 2020 yang diresmikan oleh Bapak Wakil Presiden Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin. Dan tentu saja ini merupakan kebanggaan kita karena mendudukkan Indonesia sebagai salah satu negara yang memiliki strategi nasional di bidang kecerdasan artifisial. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, layanan cloud pemerintahan ini bukanlah sesuatu yang baru kita mulai, tetapi telah berwujud menjadi sebuah Center of Excellence, pusat unggulan iptek, pusat data dan komputasi awan pemerintah. Dan tentu saja ini merupakan bagian penting dari kerjasama dengan IDPRO di dalam menyediakan layanan pusat data yang akan mendorong akselerasi dari transformasi digital di Indonesia. Dalam hal ini, keseluruhan upaya dari Balai Jaringan Informasi dan Komunikasi BJIK merupakan mitra layanan pemerintah pusat dan daerah yang terus kita hela agar dapat menjadi sebuah layanan yang berkualitas yang dapat memenuhi seluruh service level yang dibutuhkan di dalam penyelenggaraan sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik, baik oleh pemerintah pusat maupun oleh pemerintah daerah. Perjalanan dari BJIK yang kita kenal juga dengan IPTECnet, ini tentu saja bukan sebuah perjalanan yang singkat. Dari sejak tahun 1977, gagasan membentuk jaringan informasi perpustakaan dan dilanjutkan dengan konsep perencanaan manajemen mikro IPTECnet yang didukung oleh pemerintah melalui pendanaan dari World Bank dapat terrealisasi pada tahun 2001, di mana kemudian dibentuklah Balai Jaringan Informasi, Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi sebagai cikal bakal dari Internet Service Provider pertama milik pemerintah. Ini bisa kita umpamakan sebagai sebuah micro project seperti halnya Defense Advanced Research Project Agency di Amerika yang menjadi cikal bakal dari internet yang kita kenal sampai saat ini. Selanjutnya, IPTECnet bertransformasi menjadi sebuah unit yang menyediakan layanan pusat data pemerintah dengan melakukan penguatan di dalam sertifikasi penyelenggaraan sertifikasi elektronik serta jaringan informasi dan komunikasi bagi pemerintah pusat maupun di daerah. Sebuah perjalanan yang panjang dan insya Allah pada tahun ini kita akan melengkapinya dengan Certified Design TIA Tier 3 yang akan menguatkan seluruh layanan digital dalam upaya kita mencapai transformasi digital Indonesia. Pemamatan cloud pemerintah antara lain digunakan untuk Indonesia Early Warning System, seleksi CPNS nasional, seleksi tenaga humas pemerintah, Indonesia National Oceanographic Data Center, pemilihan kepala daerah serentak menggunakan cara e-voting, serta pemilihan umum presiden dan wakil presiden yang merupakan bagian daripada uji coba pilot plan untuk pelaksanaan pemilu elektronik. Perjalanan panjang ini akan kita teruskan berinovasi tiada henti untuk Indonesia di dalam upaya kita mengejar ketertinggalan kita di dalam pengembangan data center di Indonesia dan sekaligus juga menguatkan upaya kita melaksanakan transformasi digital. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas perhatian Bapak Ibu semua. Saya akhiri billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih banyak Dr. Hamam Riza yang telah memaparkan bahwa transformasi digital di Indonesia kini berfokus pada pemberdayaan sumber daya manusia, pendanaan dan juga pengembangan infrastruktur demi mendukung pengembangan transformasi digital sebaik mungkin. Indonesia is indeed working very hard to empower our human resources and developing our infrastructure to support and of course to achieve digital transformation as best as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, The next remarks will be delivered on behalf of Minister of Information and Communication, and this session will be presented by Mr. Samuel A. Pangerapan as the Director General of Informatics Application, Ministry of Communications and Informatics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Samuel Pangerapan.
Terima kasih pembawa acara atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat bagi kita semua. Tadi saya lihat ada banyak sekali yang hadir. Tadi pertama Pak Hamam Riza, ini sahabat saya juga, sama-sama waktu itu merintis membangun internet di Indonesia. Makanya adanya IDPRO. Ada Pak Hendra Surya Kusuma, terima kasih Pak sudah diundang. Saya lihat juga ada mentor saya Pak Kamarul Ramli. Terima kasih Pak, ada acara ini bagian daripada bagaimana kita berkolaborasi, bagaimana membangun industri khususnya data center di Indonesia. Bapak Ibu sekalian, pertama-tama saya menyampaikan permohonan maaf Pak Menteri karena pada jam yang sama ini seharusnya saya juga harus ikut rapat dengan DPD, maka beliau menyarankan disposisi saya untuk mewakili beliau. Tapi kalau kita lihat memang Kominfo ini sangat komited untuk bagaimana membangun ekosistem, khususnya ekosistem cloud di Indonesia. Kalau kita bicara cloud, pastinya kita bicara yang namanya data center. Kalau kita lihat juga pemerintah sudah menyiapkan diri bagaimana menjadi bagian daripada transformasi. Jadi bukan hanya kita menjadikan jalan untuk terjadinya transformasi, pemerintahan pun membedah diri untuk menyiapkan sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik. Kalau kita lihat tadi sudah disampaikan Pak Hamam, ada beberapa slide yang sudah disampaikan. Tolong slide saya next. Kita lihat ini memang sama ini pandemik ini memang mendorong seperti tadi Pak Hamam katakan mempercepat. Transformasi sebenarnya di Indonesia sendiri itu sudah mulai dari 2001 sebenarnya. Itu waktu itu ada impres tentang apa namanya e-gov. Tapi ya memang karena waktu itu tidak ada roadmap yang jelas, kita lihat pembangunannya akhirnya banyak setiap sektor pemerintahan itu membangun sistem sendiri-sendiri. Memang membangunnya berlomba-lomba. Ada di Jakarta kita punya sistem bagus, Surabaya bagus, Banyuwangi bagus, tapi ini belum terintegrasi. Nah, waktu itu dibukanya adanya impres itu memang juga mendorong banyak dari sektor pemerintahan membangun so-called itu data center, walaupun dalam waktu kita melakukan assessment itu masih kategorinya adalah room server. Jadi waktu dibutuhkan adanya server, ada ruangan kosong dikasih raised floor, dikasih AC, beli rak, taruh server, ya itulah kebanyakan itu ada 2.700. Nah, kita lagi melakukan assessment dan kita tidak lagi membolehkan ada pembangunan room server ataupun membeli server hanya untuk pelayanan pemerintahan berbasis elektronik. Nanti arahnya kita adalah cloud, pemerintah akan membangun cloud, government cloud. Namun dari kita assessment itu ada memang beberapa data center itu layak, salah satunya adalah yang dimiliki oleh BPPT di Serpong. Saya mengunjungi sana, itu salah satu juga kandidat nanti. Yang dibangun baru ini adalah 4 ini baru, tapi yang lama-lama pun akan diintegrasikan jadi satu kesatuan. Nah, data center yang kita bangun ini akan menyediakan namanya layanan cloud, government cloud. Kalau kita lihat dari yang ada saja itu belum dalam bayangan saya tidak akan mencukupi di dalam jangka panjangnya. Nah, makanya pemerintah akan yang data center pemerintah atau layanan cloud pemerintah ini akan difokuskan pada hal-hal yang strategik dan sifatnya integrated yang dibutuhkan untuk layanan pemerintah. Tapi banyak juga data-data yang perlu juga di online kan lah. Karena adanya keterbukaan informasi, kita harus memberikan itu mungkin yang kita akan kerjasamakan dengan third party untuk bergabung dalam government cloud. Jadi public private cloud lah, hybrid jadinya. Next. Ya, ini adalah kenapa urgensinya kita tahu. Jadi tadi memang tadi sudah saya sebutkan ada 2.700 dan ini tidak saling tersambungkan. Belum lagi dengan adanya tidak terintegrasikannya data center ini data juga susah untuk diintegrasikan. Nah, untuk itu kita ingin percepat. Jadi nanti kan ada tadi yang kita siapkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara infrastruktur data center itu ada 3 main komponen untuk SPBE ya. Pertama tadi data centernya, terus bagaimana kita membuat menjahit ulang yang namanya intra government network. Yang ketiga ini adalah government service license system atau itu adalah interoperabilitas. SPLP itu adalah interoperabilitas antara sistem-sistem yang ada di pemerintahan. Ini yang kita harapkan dan ini pastinya kalau kita bicara ini yang juga jadi permasalahan khususnya di pemerintahan juga kita akan memperkuat yang namanya keamanan cybernya. Jadi kita memang sudah saya selalu katakan kalau kita sudah mau masuk ke ruang digital kita harus tahu bahwa kita vulnerable dan itu perlu kita memperkuat cyber security kita. Ini yang sedang kita siapkan juga. Jadi tadi saya katakan lagi bahwa walaupun pemerintah membangun data center, apa yang dibangun data center itu nantinya juga nggak cukup untuk melayani semua KL dan D. Itu kita ada 630-an lebih institusi organisasi pemerintahan, itu belum lagi unit-unit di dalamnya. Ini yang saya rasa pastinya kita butuh besar. Makanya memang kita lihat makin berkembang yang namanya industri data center di Indonesia. Selanjutnya, nah ini kita juga sudah mendorong, jadi memang tadi Bu Sri Mulyani dan Pak Manuara itu juga mengatakan bahwa tidak ada lagi belanja untuk membangun data center atau membeli server. Kita akan belanjanya adalah menggunakan cloud. Karena tadi nanti migrasinya lebih mudah. Jadi yang kita harapkan ini saat ini memang masih bentuknya surat edaran, ini sedang siapkan yang namanya permennya, ini juga untuk mendorong. Apa impact-nya? Kalau ini kita dorong, ini makin besar lagi porsi bisnis data center di Indonesia. Karena memang tadi ada 2.700 itu tidak akan boleh dikembangkan lagi. Dengan kita melakukan simplifikasi data center yang ada di pemerintahan, jadi kita hanya menggunakan yang memang punya kualitas, ini itu akan mereduce cost-nya banyak sekali. Dalam perhitungan kita bisa pakai belanja itu dengan belanja yang lain, itu bisa reduce tuh 20 triliun, itu hitungannya dari Bappenas. Jadi tapi itu akhirnya juga membuka peluang bagi pengembangan industri data center di Indonesia dan juga perlu yang tapi namanya peningkatkan SDM. Kedepannya memang tidak kita harus berkolaborasi, nggak mungkin. Ini memang harus ada keterbukaan, harus ada kesamaan pandangan bagaimana sih kita melakukan transformasi digital di Indonesia, khususnya di sektor pemerintahan. Itu kira-kira yang bisa saya sampaikan sebagai pemantik untuk diskusi teman-teman pada hari ini. Dan sekali lagi apresiasi saya kepada IDPRO, ini harus dilakukan. Kuncinya adalah tadi ya SDM. Pertama kita harus sama-sama bahu-membahu bagaimana meningkatkan kapasitas SDM kita. Kedua baru kita bagaimana teknologi yang mana. Teknologi apa yang harusnya sebagainya kita kuasai. Dan kita bisa berkuat. Nah, yang ketiga ini adalah regulasi yang kita sedang siapkan supaya tadi ada payung hukumnya supaya karena tidak mungkin dengan SDM yang kualitas tinggi pun dengan teknologi yang kualitas yang state of the art belum bisa juga memayungi semua kalau kita tidak ada yang namanya regulasi yang memadai. Itu yang kita sedang siapkan. Harapannya tadi industri kalau kita bicara transformasi digital kuncinya adalah ya data center. Data center itu dibutuhkan karena pasti akan banyak data-data yang harus disimpan. Jadi ini saya rasa kita dalam track yang benar. Jadi semoga kolaborasi kita antara industri dan juga pemerintah dan juga yang ekosistem lainnya bisa terjalin lebih baik lagi dan kita bisa menumbuhkan ekosistem digital di Indonesia. Kalau kita sudah tadi bisa memperkuat SDM kita, menguasai teknologi, kedepannya Indonesia akan juga bukan saja pengguna teknologi, kita akan pencipta. Ini arahnya ke sana. Tapi untuk itu kan kita harus perlu belajar, kita adoption the technology, kita mastering the technology, doing the research and development, dan juga inovasi, itu nanti 5-10 tahun, Indonesia bukan lagi sebagai hanya pengguna, tapi kita akan menjadi pemain teknologi yang handal juga yang disegani oleh negara-negara lain. Itu kira-kira yang bisa saya sampaikan pada hari ini. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Samuel Pangerapan yang memaparkan rencana pemerintah Indonesia dalam mengembangkan data center nasional dan juga berfokus menguatkan cyber security Indonesia. Indonesia is developing strategic and integrated national data center. He also emphasizes the benefit of collaboration. Let's work hand in hand to achieve digital transformation in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start our first panel discussion entitled How Data Center Providers in Indonesia Reducing Digital Divide and Improving Digital Infrastructure to Expedite the Agenda of Digital Transformation. Without any further ado, we are inviting Professor Kalamullah Ramli, the moderator of the first panel discussion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected speakers. Thank you very much for coming to this very prestigious event running by IDPRO and all the sponsors. Thank you very much for the contribution of the sponsors for this program. And I will, without further ado, I will invite all the speakers for this coming session. Yeah, our speakers today would be Dr. Hamam Riza, Principal Expert Engineer in ICT from the National Research and Innovation Agency. Mr. Bambang Dwi Anggoro, Director of Information and Application, Ministry of CIT of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. David Luo as the CTO, Huawei Indonesia Digital Power Business. Mr. Ray Lianto, Drive Sales Manager ABB. And Mr. Rich Farrell, Director, Digitalization, Cloud and Data Center Segment, Electrical Sector, Eaton, Asia Pacific. Please welcome all the speakers to the forum. Thank you very much. Respected guests, I will try one question per panelist. Yeah. First of all, I would like to ask Dr. Hamam Riza. You mentioned about the presidential directives and accelerating the integration of national data center in your presentation. Could you please elaborate more on this program and how this program would enable Indonesia to become digital nation? Please, Dr. Hamam. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Muli. Greetings to you. Thank you so much. Long time no see.
Long time no see.
And also to all the respective panelists, I see here David Luo from Huawei and many others gentlemen here. Yeah, I would like to probably elaborate on what have been the directive of the president in terms of the digital transformation in Indonesia. As you know, among those 5 directives is how you should establish integrated national data center. So this is something that we have thought about for a long time, not really something new, but certainly we appreciate the president for giving us this really a strong directive on how the integration of all this data center in Indonesia can be leverage, can be integrated and to leverage all the journey that we are going through for building digital Indonesia. For example, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have a long history actually to establish IPECnet, the national. I think is one of the part of the first ISP. We work with University of Indonesia at that time. I think Professor Kalamullah Rambe, as part of the academy from University of Indonesia, have witnessed, the progressing of internet service provider in Indonesia. So data center as part of delivering the internet service in Indonesia it is a mandatory to establish this data center. And from time to time, we can observe during the first decade of this build up from 1980 to 1990, a lot of data center are being built as part only as a supplement or complementary services of the internet service provider. But now they has taken a new journey, a new route, where we want to establish all synergy among all data center in Indonesia in order for us to have really our build up in the whole data center as a nation. So I would like to probably stress on the benefit of us working together in delivering this directive of the president on how we should be collaborating and establish synergy among all the data centers that are now in operation in Indonesia. And I think IDPRO will be something that can be the dirigent for delivering this initiative toward us for responding to what has been directed by the President Jokowi. Thank you, Pak. I think that's
okay. Thank you very
answer.
much, Dr. Hamam Rizal, for excellent explanation, elaboration on this program. I'm now switching to the Mr. Bambang Dwi Anggoro. He is the Director of Information Application at the Ministry of CIT, Menkominfo of the Republic Indonesia. Mr. Bambang, in the frame of improving the quality of national data center, what programs the MICT Kominfo are currently running to establish this quality? Please.
Baik, selamat pagi para peserta webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, pagi ini saya mewakili Bapak Direktorat Aplikasi Informatika Pemerintahan, Pak Bambang Dwi Anggono, yang saat ini belum bisa hadir, mendisposisikan untuk kepada saya untuk mengikuti acara ini. Jadi izin kepada peserta, mungkin saya akan share presentasi yang akan saya paparkan secara singkat berikut ini.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Ya. Sudah terlihat ininya paparannya.
In the process started screen sharing, but not yet. Okay, this.
Baik, saya mulai presentasinya. Presentasi yang akan saya paparkan mengenai pembangunan atau pengembangan pusat data dan bagaimana opportunity-nya di Indonesia. Jadi di sini sebagai awalan dan sudah dijelaskan juga oleh Bapak Dirjen bahwa penyelenggaraan pusat data nasional atau National Data Center itu merupakan mandat dari Perpres SPBE nomor 95 tahun 2018 dan direktif dari Bapak Presiden dalam upaya mempercepat transformasi digital Indonesia. Dan sesuai hasil studi yang tadi juga sudah dijelaskan oleh Pak Dirjen, bahwa pemerintah Indonesia di pusat dan daerah saat ini diperkirakan mengoperasikan sekitar 2.700 pusat data atau ruang server, dan di mana hanya 3% yang memenuhi standar internasional saat ini. Diharapkan ke depannya akan dioptimalisasi menjadi sekitar 10 sampai 20 pusat data yang akan termasuk dalam satu ekosistem pusat data nasional. Kemudian untuk manfaatnya sendiri, sebagaimana kita sudah ketahui bahwa manfaat dari pusat data adalah adanya efisiensi dalam pemanfaatan infrastruktur PDN atau pusat data nasional untuk pengembangan dan implementasi aplikasi SPBE dan aplikasi lainnya seperti yang saat ini sedang banyak digunakan, yaitu aplikasi penanganan pandemi COVID-19. Kemudian manfaat lainnya adalah pemanfaatan infrastruktur pusat data nasional untuk memudahkan integrasi dan konsolidasi data menuju satu data Indonesia karena berada dalam satu pusat data yang sama. Dan pemanfaatan infrastruktur pusat data nasional memudahkan dalam penanganan keamanan informasi dan pemenuhan service level agreement yang tinggi. Kemudian dalam penyediaannya, saat ini direncanakan akan dibangun 4 pusat data nasional di 4 lokasi, di Bekasi, Batam, Kalimantan Timur, dan NTT. Dan saat ini dilakukan juga penyediaan pusat data sementara bekerja sama dengan provider penyedia pusat data, di mana sudah ada sekitar 337 instansi pemerintah yang menggunakan layanan cloud tersebut. Kemudian untuk kapasitasnya, di sini ada minimal untuk fasilitasnya minimal strata 3 atau tier 3. Kemudian memenuhi tier 3 dari Uptime Institute, ISO 9001, ISO 27001, ISO 14001, dan ISO 18001. Kemudian fasilitas lainnya, adanya kapasitas bandwidth yang besar, dan sistem keamanan seperti anti-DDoS, web application firewall, dan network firewall, antivirus, anti-spam, FIM, APM, dan lain-lain. Kemudian juga dilengkapi dengan DRC, dengan memenuhi standar dari jarak, kemudian fasilitas lainnya termasuk tim NOC dan SOC. Kemudian untuk trennya, pandemi saat ini menyebabkan perusahaan di lintas industri untuk
may we make a presentation short, I think?
Oke, Pak.
Ya.
Sedikit lagi, mungkin satu menit lagi, Pak.
Ya.
Jadi pandemi menyebabkan perusahaan di lintasan industri untuk bertransformasi digital, termasuk pemerintahan. Dan pusat data memiliki peranan penting yang diprediksi akan digunakan terus di tahun-tahun mendatang. Kemudian penggunaan sistem manajemen jarak jauh dipandang cukup menguntungkan, bahkan sampai ke arah sistem otomatisasi yang dianggap dapat menggantikan para staf, sehingga yang diperlukan adalah tenaga ahli dalam industri otomatisasi dalam bisnis pusat data. Mungkin sementara itu yang dapat saya sampaikan.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Adi, for a very valuable information on the MCIT program to support the initiatives to develop national data center. It is very valuable information for us. Next, I will invite the Mr. Ray Lianto, Drive Sales Manager of ABB. Considering the government initiative to accelerate nation's digital transformation, and in relation with the fast growing of data center industry in Indonesia, what ABB could offer to this sector actually? Mr. Ray, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Good morning, everyone, and also good morning for all the panelists. Selamat pagi semua. Saya dari ABB. So in ABB, we are actually a global company. We represent in 100 countries, and we have 4 business areas. So there are electrification, motion, process automation, robotic, and discrete automation. And for this specific for data center, we are focusing for the motion, for the motor and drive. It's more for the application of the cooling, because cooling is one of the essential point for the data center for the performance, to keep the performance is good enough. So we are here as a division of the motion. We have headquarters in Jakarta, and also we have some workshop. So we are trying to not only to provide the product and solution for the data center, but we also can offer for the contract service, because we have authorized workshop and service station in Jakarta, in Surabaya, and the Balikpapan. So that's I can say for your question, Pak Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ray. And what about the after-sales service issues? Probably ABB could also guarantee some on that issue.
Yeah, we have a service station in there, so we have a service contract. So there is so many levels for the service, including. So in the service contract, we can use the extended warranty. So warranty will be extended, for example, as a product or as a system until 5 years. Okay, and we also propose for the upgrading for the existing. For example, we have existing data center, we want to improve, then we can offering for the upgrading and also replacement. So there are a partial replacement or partial upgrading to make sure that it meets the budget and also in the technology. And also we can also provide the resident engineer for the data center in operation. So maybe some of the user, they don't have the people who maintain the data center, then we can offering for the resident engineer. Not only ABB, we also supportive for the service partner for the whole big city. So if, for example, it represent in Kalimantan, we also have a service provider and a service partner in there. So we collaborate as a team to give the best experience for the customer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your clear explanation on what ABB service is available now for Indonesia. Yeah. Okay, next I will move to our next panelist, Mr. Rich Farrell, Director, Digitalization, Cloud and Data Center Segment, Electrical Sectors, Eaton, Asia Pacific. Hello, Rich. Hope you are well today. Very good morning.
Pagi, Mr. Rumley. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So, Rich, power and thermal management are two critical factors for data center provider. And please describe us how is Eaton dealing with these two factors?
Yeah, very, very important factors for data centers, Professor. If we have a look at, things like power densities, for example, at the moment, most customers want to do more with less. Okay, so they want more power in the data center, but they want a smaller footprint, inside the data center. And of course, the more power that you generate, that generates more heat. So thermal is definitely an issue there as well. I mean, essentially, when it comes to cooling a data center, what are you trying to do? You're trying to get the hot air out and the cool air in to make it more operationally efficient. I mean, it's not just better from a technology point of view, but there's obviously cost savings, to be had around that as well. And then if you have a look at the other aspects of that, and I know something that's very topical in Indonesia is sustainability as well. So if we're going to be using more power in the data center and then we're generating more heat, what are the options around things like renewables or something like that to make it more sustainable as well? Yeah. So one of the things we're looking at, at the moment in Eaton, we are looking at devices that are much smaller footprint inside the data center. And when you think of Eaton, we do everything from the large hyperscale data centers through to single rack edge solutions, anything on the electrical side in between that. So the large data centers that you're seeing in Indonesia, we're obviously working with several customers over there, at the moment, right through to the very small edge on-premise solutions, but they all have this issue around power density, and thermal as well. So we are looking at having smaller devices with higher power. If you have a look at some of the technologies that are driving that, it's definitely things like lithium-ion batteries are driving it. They're physically smaller, they're lighter than traditional batteries as well. This enables us to make smaller units, but with higher power density. So we try to address the power density issues inside data centers. That in terms of thermal, if you have a look at some amazing technologies that are out there at the moment, I would say probably immersion cooling is probably one of the most exciting things that are out there on the market at the moment, where you can actually bring the cooling down to the device level. If we're actually able to do that, we're able to actually, control the thermal events inside a data center, again, whether it's hyperscale or whether it's edge. I really don't see this technology slowing down, at all at the moment. It's topical for, anywhere really, in the world at the moment. So that drives a lot of innovation. And probably lastly, Professor, the last piece of this is really the digital piece, which is what we're really talking about today. You want to make sure that you have the right digital infrastructure, the right software in place to actually monitor and manage all of this as well. And, I'm happy to say that a lot of the data center software we have today is a lot smarter than what it was even 3 to 5 years ago. For example, you can purchase data center infrastructure management or DCIM software now that can actually measure CO2 emissions, for example, from your data center. Right. So, overall, we're looking at everything. I mean, you want to look at a data center holistically. You don't want to look at pieces separately, but definitely look at the power density and how to control any thermal management events is very important.
So the Eaton also supporting green data center, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, you'll probably hear a lot about everything as a grid at the moment, and I'm sure all of us have heard of microgrids as well. What that essentially means, everything is a grid, is that anything that can be a source of either storing power, generating power, or transporting power can actually be used as its own microgrid. And I am going to talk about this a little bit later, in our formal presentation that we actually do. But at the moment, we're looking at anything from traditional power generation through to renewable power generation and buildings and infrastructure in between to actually be these microgrids that can actually help power all the needs that we have for a growing, data center industry, as well as obviously looking after our communities as well. I mean, one of the challenges we have is data centers obviously consume so much power that we have to consider what about the power needs for the rest of the infrastructure out there for communities and society as well. So definitely, the everything is a grid approach where you look at having any piece of infrastructure able to store or generate electricity is going to become more and more prevalent in our day-to-day lives, not just this industry.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Rich, for your frank explanation on that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now our last panelist, Mr. David Luo, as a CTO PT Huawei Indonesia Digital Power Business. David, Indonesia makes their best effort to reduce carbon emission as part of nation's program to support United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah? How can Huawei contribute to this initiative, in particular for business sector in Indonesia to develop smart and green data center? Please.
Yes, Pak. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to let's talk about the carbon emission and also the green data center. Actually, you know that Huawei is a primary know very well, and we're also working with Cominfra for many projects, because Huawei was known as the maybe the best provider of 5G, like communication and the network. This is one area that Huawei has been working on for more than 20 years in the past. Recently, we just formed in June of this year. We just formed a new organization, a new division. We call it IDPRO. This new IDPRO actually consists of several areas. From the if talking about the resource and energy production, transmission, and also the consumption part, we have actually 3 areas in this new digital power organization. First one, at the supply part, we are going to provide solar panel and solar energy solution. This could be reduce the emission of the by using the renewable energy. And in between of the transmission, and we have storage system, electricity storage system, including the battery and also the charging, all of these solutions. And the consumption part, actually, especially in this center, is one of the major areas that we have been focused on in the past more than 20 years. I think our friends and industry players also know us, that we have been dedicated in providing the greenery data center solution, including the power, the cooling system, and also the lithium battery system as well. So, but actually, if you look at the whole scope, that Huawei has been expanded from the traditional communication technology to the digital energy area, and we can provide a bunch of solutions to help Indonesia to reach the carbon emission goals and also reduce the consumption of the power.
Okay, thank you very much, David. I want to thank all the panelists for really their meaningful support for national data center ecosystem in Indonesia. And due to the limited time available for us, we are already 4 minutes behind the schedule. I would thank you very much for all the panelists, and we'll return the program to the MC, please. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Distinguished.
Terima kasih, Prof. Ya.
Terima kasih, Pak Hamam. Sehat semuanya.
Terima kasih.
Very good morning.
Just Professor Mulin, all speakers, I hope you don't mind if we take pictures together.
Please. Yeah,
Would that be okay?
We'll take pictures together.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
so we're taking a picture together. Don't hesitate to strike any poses. You probably want to give thumbs up or smile. Okay, I'll do the countdown, and we're taking a picture together in 3, 2, 1. All right, now let's give a big round of applause to all speakers and our moderator.
Okay.
Thank you very much once again to our speakers and of course to our moderator, Professor Muli, for the very inspiring discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be about technology update session, where we will see the presentation from our speakers. The very first one, I would like to invite Mr. Andi Liu, the CEO Huawei Digital Power Indonesia, to deliver the presentation. Hello, Mr. Andi.
Hi, hello.
Hi, how are you
Everybody
today?
can hear me? I'm good.
Yes.
Very glad
Yes.
to join this event.
We're so happy to have you today, Mr. Andi. And without
Thank
any
you.
further ado, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I will share the screen.
Yes, we are going to share your presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone. My name is Andy. Thanks for this opportunity. All the friends in this industry, all the distinguished guests. I came from Huawei as the CEO of a digital power business unit. In my division, there are several business. Data center is one of them. Besides data center, we have a smart PV solution. We have the set energy like a rectifier and a lithium battery. Also, we have the electric vehicle solution also. So I'm very happy to share the key points here. So first thing is about, we all know that digital economy is coming. The digital economy percentage contribute to GDP is keep on increasing. In China, 30%, and globally is 15%, which means there are still a large space that digital business will keep on growing. The secondly is about data generation. We see that the data generation from year 2022, 100 Gbps to now, we estimated 2022, 150K Gbps. And we have more data, so still we need about more data center to meet the requirements. So next. So another trend, I think, COVID-19 already last around 2 years. I think this pandemic has permanently changed the people's behavior. Now people get more accustomed to work from the offline to online, especially for the teenagers. We have the online chatting, online learning, and the online gaming, which means based on this trend, we will have more data generated as well. And how to meet the fast demand of the data. The new data center, how to fast build the data center also needed. I give you an example. During the pandemic, China government, we built the 2 hospitals in 10 days. Why we can do that? Because we use prefabricated building. So in this case, prefabricated building already approve the agility. So I think the same concept can be used in data center also. Next. Another trend, I think another trend is about the drivers for the data center. So the first driver is about cloud business. Now, people, no people talking about why we need to go to cloud, but how we go to cloud. We estimated 80% of the new needs will come from the cloud, and we will also bring the opportunities for the colo data center. Also, we need to see another trend is about edge computing is also coming. We need to improve the customer's experience also, as well as to shorten the latency. So edge computing will be another driver. Also, we will need the fast speed and the low power consumption data center for the edge computing. This is another trend. So another one. So the last but not the least one, I think we call it carbon neutrality. But can you hear me, this one?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I think network is a little bit unstable. So climate change is quite a hot topic. How to reduce the carbon. Data center already occupied 2% of the global electricity consumptions, which means almost 1 trillion kilowatts. So currently the data center, the PUE, the efficiency is still not good enough. So based on our new technology, we can reduce the carbon consumption. Accordingly, we reduce the carbon. We need to make the data center green and low carbon and smart. Okay, next. So in terms of, we go back to Indonesia. We think about Indonesia. Indonesia is the largest country in this area. We have a large population, 262 million population. our economy is stable growth. But in terms of the ICT infrastructure, I think still we have a great space to improve compared to Malaysia, compared to China, Thailand, we don't mention to Singapore. So for the infrastructure, the IDC business also will be promising because Indonesia government will invest more on the data center, cloud, artificial intelligence to support Industry 4.0. Next. And if we see in Singapore and in Hong Kong, they have the biggest international data center. 80% of installment is there. But more now, because of the lack of land and the power shortage, also they have the requirement to achieve the low carbon society. More and more new data center will also build to Indonesia. So especially to Singapore, Indonesia will be the most primary option for Singapore to build a new data center in Indonesia. So we believe that in the coming 2 or 3 years, more and more data center facility will come from will transfer from Singapore to Indonesia. Let's say Batam Island. That's a very good option. So the new opportunities already there. Next. From Huawei point of view, Huawei, our data center business has been deployed for more than 10 years. So from our point of view, there are 3+1 key factors to achieve a green smart data center. The first one is about TGM. In the time to market, in the digital era, speed is very important. How to meet the digital era requirement fast, and the time is also money. The early the fast we can finish the construction of the data center, the early we can earn the money. And also early, the faster we finish this data center, the faster we will start to meet the competition. In this market, the fast fish is the slow fish. And for another one is power usage efficiency. Data center already contribute 2% of the global electricity. And in the long-term TCO point of view, data center will also contribute 60% of the total TCO. Accordingly, if we have more power consumption, definitely we will have more carbon emission. In the future, carbon tax, carbon trade, I think sooner or later will be imposed in Indonesia. So lower the power consumption will lower the carbon tax also. Another one is the productivity. We need to, in the data center, the rack means the productivity. The more rack in the same footprint will bring more benefit to our customer. So we need to do everything to minimize the footprint and to improve the productivity in the data center. And the last one, but not the least one, in the long term, low carbon will be a trend. So how to minimize the carbon emission will also, we need to think about that. So we also have the solution. We also have the smart PV solution, but combined with the smart PV solution together with the data center can be also can be an option for us to save the carbon emission. Okay, next. Okay, so first one, if we talk about the time to market. So if traditionally we build a data center from the buildings and then we build the data center, but sometimes we only have the land, we don't have the building yet. So Huawei also offers a solution. We call it prefabricated modular data center. We have one case in Beijing data center. We built from on scratch. Before Huawei usually need around 20 months, but with Huawei solution prefabricated, everything is prefabricated in the factory. So we reduce the time to market to 50%. So we have another 12 months to go to the market to promote. I calculated with the customer, $18 million they earned because of the early enter the market. So here's a comparison from the time to market from 18 months to 6 months. And from the return of the investment, before they calculate is around 77 years. But because we go to the market early, so now it's 6 years. And based on our new material and new methodology needed, used, the recycle reach from 30% to 80%. This is also environment friendly. So we reduced 8,000 tons of the carbon also. So this is our solution to help to achieve the faster time to market. In term, next page, please. So for the PUE, Indonesia is a very typical tropical climate country. So the PUE, I visited several big data centers in Indonesia. I think the best one maybe 1.8. Most of the data center, the PUE is around 2.0. So how to help Indonesia industry to achieve the lower PUE? So we also calculated based on our solution. Let's say we build a data center, the PUE can be reduced from 2.0 to 1.4. Based on the assumptions, 20 megawatts, 5,000 racks, and 4 kilowatts per rack. So here, if we see the PUE 2.0, the capex should be occupied 19%, but the electricity fee in 10 years occupied 54%, which means the power already occupied more than 50% of the total TCO. But if we reduce the power usage to 1.4, we can see tremendously we reduce the power consumption. So the electricity fee from 276 million to 188 million. So we reduce 30% of the power consumption in 10 years. And the TCO also reduced from 500 million to 480 million. So we reduce 88 million for our customer. This is the real money, real profit that we saved for our customer because we reduce the PUE. Next, please. And the thing is, the question is that how we can achieve the best PUE. I think there are 3 key factors. The first thing is about excellent design. For Huawei, we have the 41 uptime certificated expert to design the data center. Also, we have the dedicated tools. We call it 3D, BIM designing tools, CFD cooling simulation tools. So based on our design is what you see is what you get. This is very important for the designing phase. And another one, of course, we have the excellent equipment and the solution. So for the UPS, Huawei UPS have the highest efficiency in this industry, up to 97%. Also, we have the indirect evaporative cooling system. We call it free cooling. And also the modular data center. We can isolate the hot and cold air, increase the cooling efficiency. Another thing is very important after the data center was built. So the good operation is very important. Huawei used the artificial intelligence tools to keep on optimize the system. We can achieve another 8 to 5% efficiency saving. So we can see that before we do the optimization, the PUE will be around 1.5. But when we do the optimization, use our artificial intelligence tools, the PUE can be achieved to 1.28. This is already achieved in China. Okay, next. So to achieve the maximize the productivity of the DC. So also we minimize all the footprint of our product. So here is our solution. So traditional power supply, we can see from the grid to data center, we need the transformer, distribution, and also the UPS. Before that, the lead acid batteries. But now we use this compact solution. UPS, we call it modular UPS, and the smartly batteries. Here is the KPIs, 300 kilowatts per cabinet. So based on our solution, we calculated also based on the Beijing data center case, 100,500 racks. So here, for the footprint from 1,800 square meters to 1,100 square meters. And also, we shortened the delivery time from 2 months to 2 weeks because a smaller footprint that's easier for the installment and the implementation. And the space we saved can be installed more racks. So we installed 200 more racks, so which help our customer to earn $3 million USD each year. So next, please. Also, for the green data center, Huawei also has the smart PV solution. This is a real case. In the data center, we put on the PV panel on top of the data center and together with the grid. So data center contribute data center. The solar PV contribute 0.5 megawatts of the total power consumption. So the footprint is around 4,500 square meters. So based on this solution, we can reduce 4,000 tons of carbon emissions. So here is the topology. I will not talk about two details, but I think together with the green power, our data center can be achieve lower carbon emission. Okay, please next. So here are some successful cases Huawei has deployed worldwide. This one is a case in Middle East, Saudi Arabia. So in the desert area, the traditional data center construction module, especially the building, usually need at least 4 years. And also the data center is open and cannot meet the high density. And in the Middle East, per rack, they need the requirement, each rack 20 kilowatts. Most of the vendors, they cannot meet also. And the PUE usually more than 2.0. So Huawei bring our prefabricated solution to this data center. So totally 6 pieces, each piece 12 megawatts, 84 modules, and 600 racks. So Huawei solution is full prefabricated, and we finished the rollout within 9 months. And the PUE was approved less than 1.5. So we bring what the benefit we bring already mentioned in advance, so I will not repeat. But this is a very successful in Middle East. So now Huawei also builds a lot of a data center in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, use this prefabricated solution. So another case, next please, is what we have done in Indonesia. In Indonesia, in Hutch, we also use the prefabricated solution. We finished the data center in 6 months. And the last one, Huawei Digital Power, we would like to work all the industry, we would like to work all the customer to achieve green, smart data center with the fast time to market, lower power usage efficiency, and also maximize all the productivity in the data center. So thank you very much. This is all my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy Liu, for the presentation that elaborates more about the next generation of green and smart data center. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second presentation, we would like to invite Mr. Ray Lianto as the Drive Sales Manager of ABB to deliver the presentation. Hello, Mr. Ray.
Hello.
We're so happy to have you. And straightforwardly, please, Mr. Ray, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Oke, selamat pagi semua. Thank you for the also the IDPRO Okay, the presentation is here. Because the presentation is English, I try to bring in Bahasa Indonesia, so all the participants can understand better. Jadi ini saya akan bawakan untuk data center cooling. Cooling itu adalah salah satu poin yang paling penting dari data center karena itu berkaitan dengan performance. Nah, bagaimana kita menghadapi challenge terhadap cooling system di data center, challenge dan solution. Mohon berikutnya presentasinya. Oke, jadi challenge-nya yang pertama biasanya adalah system reliability and process continuity. Jadi dibutuhkan cooling yang cukup reliable, bahkan redundant system, artinya ada backup-nya, sehingga ketika salah satu cooling itu failed, maka backup itu bisa menggantikan sehingga performa data center itu tetap baik, karena itu akan menyala selama 24 jam dan sepanjang tahun. Nah, jadi peralatan-peralatan tersebut karena memang harus sangat sensitif terhadap panas, lalu humidity juga, dan debu, maka ini menjadi sangat penting. Nah, di ABB dengan kita menggunakan VSD, maka kita akan lebih baik dalam menjaga sistem cooling tersebut, karena VSD itu juga ada unsur proteksi terhadap motor dalam sistem cooling tersebut. Nah, itu salah satu challenge. Lalu yang berikutnya adalah energy efficiency. Karena cooling itu menjadi kritikal, tapi kita perlu ingat bahwa 40% dari konsumsi energi data center itu datang dari sistem cooling. Nah, terkadang karena data itu sangat dinamis, jadi kebutuhan pendinginan itu tidak selalu linear. Sehingga sometimes kita bisa mengurangi pada poin-poin tertentu dari sistem cooling tanpa mempengaruhi performanya. Nah, pada saat kita mengurangi pengurangan dari cooling tersebut, maka otomatis energi konsumsi listrik itu kita bisa lakukan saving. Jadi di satu sisi kita harus menjaga performa dari setiap data center, dari rack-rack tersebut bahwa tercukupi kebutuhan disipasi panasnya, tapi di sisi lain juga ketika ada peluang untuk bisa mengurangi energi listrik, nah kita bisa lakukan di sana. Nah, dengan kita menggunakan VSD, tentu konsumsi listrik kita bisa atur di sana sesuai dengan kebutuhan dari data center tersebut. Ya, lalu kita juga bisa melakukan upgrading dari sisi motor untuk meningkatkan efisiensi level dari cooling system tersebut. Kurang lebih seperti itu. Oke, berikutnya. Lalu challenge yang lain adalah berkaitan dengan security, mencegah adanya intrusion, misalnya dari fasilitas dari data center tersebut. Dari sistem VSD kita juga dilengkapi dengan password, lalu log, lalu itu juga tidak mengurangi untuk aksesibilitas dari centralized. Jadi di satu sisi kalau dengan keterbukaan informasi tentu harus dibarengi juga dengan ada security system, karena kita mau hanya pihak-pihak yang terkait yang bisa mengakses informasi yang ada di data center termasuk cooling system. Maka kita mempunyai proteksi dari sisi cyber security, dari sisi parameter dan software di sana. Termasuk kita juga menyediakan gateway khusus untuk mencegah, artinya ada intrusion dalam waktu operation. Dan berikutnya juga challenge-nya adalah di saat melakukan operation atau maintenance. Jadi pada saat melakukan operation dan maintenance, kita mau itu dilakukan semua secara terschedule. Jadi tidak ada proses maintenance yang dilakukan secara tidak terschedule yang mengakibatkan ketidaksiapan dari data center tersebut atau akan terjadi down dari sisi data center. Maka di sistem kita juga disiapkan untuk mengecek segala parameter seperti temperatur, overload, overcurrent dari semua sistem cooling system. Lalu juga ada nanti di akhir kita akan jelaskan tentang smart sensor, bagaimana mendeteksi masing-masing komponen spare part. Ya, karena untuk peralatan-peralatan elektronik tentu ada umurnya, lalu ada yang bersifat consumable dan kita harus ganti seiring berjalannya waktu. Tapi dengan adanya IoT system atau sistem backup dari maintenance ABB, kita bisa memprediksi kapan kira-kira peralatan ini perlu diganti, sehingga kita bisa menyesuaikan dengan jadwal maintenance kita. Nah, itu yang kira-kira apa yang menjadi concern dari cooling system ABB, lalu bagaimana kira-kira apa yang kita bisa provide dari hal ini. Boleh next-nya? Oke, lalu operation and benefit. Jadi dari air quality tersebut kira-kira letaknya di mana ya? Jadi yang ini mungkin kurang clear ya. Yang di kiri atas itu ada nomor 1. Itu salah satunya adalah di cooling energy generation. Saya bacakan saja. Itu letaknya di central chiller ya, termasuk dalam kompresor, lalu juga pompa sirkulasi dan condenser fan ya. Jadi itu salah satu yang kita bisa improve untuk energi efisiensinya. Jadi di sisi kompresornya, di sisi pompa sirkulasi, dan di condenser fan. Lalu di poin yang kedua itu maintenance di computer room ya, environment. Jadi computer room environment itu ada aplikasi di AHU, air handling unit yang dari fan, yang mendistribusikan dingin, udara dingin dari yang sudah di generate dari chiller untuk ke setiap ruangan. Jadi itu juga dikontrol oleh fan untuk mendistribusikan hal tersebut. Nah, itu juga bisa dikontrol supaya ada pemerataan dari seluruh ruangan tersebut. Karena kita mencegah supaya artinya yang dekat dengan chiller lebih dingin, tetapi misalnya yang lebih jauh dari chiller kurang dingin. Nah, ini kontrol dari air handling unit. Oke, terus lalu yang ketiga yang tidak kalah penting adalah power quality dari kontrol data center. Karena dalam environment ini adalah banyak elektronik, maka elektronik sifatnya lebih sensitif daripada electrical. Di satu sisi kita menggunakan VSD atau inverter itu menghasilkan emisi yang disebut harmonik. Ya, jadi kita pengen energy saving, kita menggunakan VSD, energy saving, tetapi di sisi lain dia mengeluarkan emisi yang sifatnya harmonik dan bisa mengganggu sistem elektronik. Sehingga kita juga punya solusi untuk itu, kita mengeluarkan low harmonic drive. Jadi inverter yang sudah dilengkapi dengan tambahan filter, sehingga emisinya sudah di bawah dari 3% THDI. Jadi ini juga memastikan bahwa power quality atau kualitas power tersebut tetap baik. Karena banyak terhubung dengan peralatan listrik, tentu kita tidak mau peralatan kita menginfluence peralatan lain sehingga mengganggu kinerja peralatan yang lain. Nah, di sini kita juga menggaransi untuk power quality di control system di data center network. Lalu poin yang keempat, di sana ada monitoring and management. Jadi setiap data yang terpasang di sistem kontrol tersebut kita bisa tarik ke scope yang lebih besar. Kita bisa melihat di level dashboard, ya, sehingga kita bisa tahu sistem cooling tersebut seberapa efisien, konsumsi energi. Kita bisa menganalisa data dalam waktu setahun. Kita bisa menganalisa gangguan-gangguan kelistrikan yang terjadi sehingga kita bisa mereduce gangguan tersebut. Misalnya gangguan selalu terjadi, let's say ketika perubahan dari listrik PLN ke genset, misalnya ada switch over. Atau gangguan itu terjadi misalnya setiap hari Senin sampai Jumat karena mungkin ada gardu yang sama dengan provider konsumsi PLN yang lain. Nah, dengan lihat behavior analysis tersebut, kita bisa memiliki visibilitas yang lebih luas mengenai gangguan yang terjadi di data center. Dan terlebih lagi, dengan kita melakukan monitoring management, jika kita memiliki data center di beberapa site, kita bisa menggunakan sistem benchmarking dari satu site ke site yang lain. Sehingga kita bisa tetap melakukan corrective action dan improvement dari setiap cooling dari data center kita tersebut. Oke. Lalu yang berikutnya di poin kelima di emergency power supply, ya, kita juga berkoordinasi, kita bisa sistem kita tidak akan ada kendala ketika ada change over dari misalnya PLN ke genset atau sebaliknya, sehingga tetap ada backup untuk sementara tidak mengganggu cooling point. Sistem komunikasinya pun tetap terjaga dengan baik, artinya tetap bisa dilakukan monitoring pada saat ada change over. Seperti itu. Nah, ini kurang lebih poin-poin atau titik-titik yang bisa di-cover oleh ABB dalam kaitannya di cooling system di data center. Berikutnya. Oke. Oke, ini di aplikasi yang lebih spesifik di data center, contohnya di fan di CRAH atau CRAC, ya, kita bisa gunakan VSD. Yang pertama, fungsi awalnya adalah untuk melakukan proteksi terhadap motor di fan tersebut. Jadi kita bisa tahu ketika motor itu overheating, over voltage, atau over current, ya. kita bisa sematkan smart sensor. Jadi sensor ini sifatnya tidak menggunakan kabel lagi, tapi sudah menggunakan Wi-Fi base. Jadi cukup disematkan di bodi dari motor tersebut untuk mendeteksi misalnya adanya vibrasi, adanya overheating dan sebagainya, atau gangguan-gangguan yang lain, sehingga akan lebih mudah. Karena kan jumlah motor yang ada di data center cukup banyak dan posisinya mungkin tidak mudah diakses manusia. Misalnya ada di misalnya ducting sistem di atas, sehingga untuk akses untuk melakukan maintenance atau monitoring itu cukup sulit. Nah, dengan kita menggunakan smart sensor di tiap titik, maka akan lebih mudah mereka akan memberikan report, let's say misalnya vibrasi atau ada gangguan dari luar, untuk memudahkan kita mengidentifikasi apa yang perlu dilakukan perbaikan korektif. Jangan sampai sudah terjadi breakdown baru kita melakukan action. Jadi mendeteksi dari langkah awal untuk kita bisa lakukan. Ya. Dan dalam smart sensor ini juga diberikan ABB ada dua pilihan. Jadi kita punya sistemnya dan punya alatnya. Pilihannya adalah ketika smart sensor ini mau di-develop oleh lokal kompeten, bahwa data tersebut diambil lalu dianalisa sendiri, itu juga kita bisa lakukan. Ketika mempunyai misalnya web cloud sendiri, itu juga bisa dilakukan. Atau bisa dengan option bahwa saya mengambil solusi dari ABB, semua data diambil dan kita olah dari tim expert kita, maka yang keluar adalah dalam bentuk laporan. Jadi bukan hanya data yang diberikan, motor ini terjadi vibrasi dan sebagainya. At the end, itu masih raw data, tetapi yang dikeluarkan adalah dalam bentuk rekomendasi. Ini harus dilakukan maintenance seperti apa, spare part apa yang harus disiapkan, kapan sebaiknya dilakukan, dan sebagainya. Jadi ada dua pilihan. Seperti itu. Ya. Lalu juga dari sisi fan, itu juga sudah secara consuming energi juga lebih baik. Lalu berikutnya untuk harmonik, ya ini juga tadi saya sudah jelaskan bahwa harmonik ini sudah artinya sudah sangat baik sesuai dengan standar IEEE 519. Artinya ini untuk memastikan bahwa tidak ada gangguan dengan equipment lain. Berikutnya. Oke, ini untuk di aplikasi pompa, ya pompa kritikal untuk memastikan bahwa sistem pompa dari sistem cooling ini bisa berfungsi dengan baik, ya bisa mengukur flow bila terjadi kebocoran, bila terjadi misalnya gangguan tiba-tiba tidak ada air dalam sistem pompa, maka dia akan bisa melakukan proteksi terhadap pompa, juga terhadap chiller. Oke, silakan berikutnya. Nah, ini untuk di cooling tower, ini biasanya di sistem pendinginan ada dibutuhkan juga cooling tower, kita juga ada PSD di sana. Ini adalah titik-titik di mana bisa terjadi saving energy dalam kaitannya tenaga listrik. Di sini kita pasang PSD di sana. Juga mengurangi noise atau tingkat kebisingan dari sisi data center tersebut. Juga ada humidifier, ya kita juga bisa kontrol dari PSD sesuai dengan kebutuhan. Oke, kita bisa next. Oke, lalu apa produknya? Ini kurang lebih bentuknya dari PSD kami. Kita bisa lakukan di dalam lokal panel maupun ini sudah ada IP55 bisa dipasang langsung di wall atau di tembok langsung. Jadi sudah bisa dilakukan redundancy. Jadi artinya ketika unit satu fail, maka otomatis dia akan backup yang running. Lalu berikutnya juga sudah ada protection. Jadi semua sudah di coated board, ya sudah earth fault, overcurrent dan sebagainya. Itu sudah dilengkapi semua. Lalu emisinya juga sudah low harmonic. Jadi menghindari interference gangguan untuk equipment lain. Oke, lalu sudah ada security. Next-nya. Tentu ini untuk energi efisiensi, dan hasil energi efisiensi ini muncul di display di depan kontrol panel tersebut. Jadi kontrol panel ini juga berfungsi sebagai penyimpanan data dan parameter. Kalau terjadi kerusakan, maka Bapak cukup mengganti unit tersebut dan menggunakan kontrol panel lama. Jadi proses penggantiannya pun bisa dilakukan dengan cepat dan plug and play. Karena kebanyakan orang khawatir ketika kita menggunakan PSD karena ini harus disetting, artinya terlalu rumit. Nah, kita buat bagaimana simplifikasi ketika kita melakukan maintain, seminimum mungkin kita melakukan konfigurasi atau engineering. Ya, dia bisa lakukan automatic restart ketika ada gangguan. Berikutnya. Oke, ini juga ketika ada gangguan listrik hilang, dia otomatis bisa recover secara sementara seperti sistem UPS. Dia juga punya aplikasi multi pump untuk aplikasi booster pump. Oke, berikutnya. Nah, ini smart sensor yang saya katakan tadi, ini bisa dipasang di unit motor maupun bearing, ya, sehingga ini membantu mengecek vibrasi di titik-titik yang tidak mudah diakses oleh manusia, dan ini mengirimkan report secara periodik, dan ini memudahkan untuk melakukan maintenance. Biasanya ini dihubungkan sekaligus dengan service kontrak ABB. Berikutnya. Oke, next ya, ini sekilas jadi bisa dilihat di dashboard dari IoT system, baik di PC maupun di iPad ataupun tools Bapak yang memiliki web-based service. Berikutnya. Oke, ini detailnya kita bisa terima baik dari drive, motor, pompa, dan sebagainya. Seluruh itu kita bisa tarik ke cloud system ABB dan bisa diakses untuk beberapa orang tergantung dengan paket kontrak dari ABB-nya. Oke. Oke, ini detailnya seperti itu. Apa saja yang bisa diambil, nanti mungkin detailnya kita bisa share presentasinya. Oke, next. Ya, ini tampilan di dashboard tersebut dibuat sesimpel mungkin dan hanya hasil analisa yang harus dilakukan. Jadi tidak semua raw data ditampilkan untuk membuat simplicity dan kemudahan pihak maintenance untuk melakukan akses atau memaintain produk tersebut. Oke, next. Oke, kita ada global support, kita ada workshop juga di Jakarta, Surabaya, dan Balikpapan, dan kita punya beberapa service partner di seluruh kota besar di Indonesia. Oke, next. Oke, itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih. Itu ada nomor kontak, handphone, dan email. Silakan menghubungi jika ada tertarik lebih lanjut. Sekian dari saya. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray Lianto, for your presentation about data center cooling system, and it's important to control the detail for the better energy efficiency and boost productivity. All right, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we would like to invite Mr. Rich Farrell, Director, Digitalization, Cloud and Data Center Segment Electrical Sector of Eaton, Asia Pacific, to deliver the presentation. Hi again, Mr. Rich. How are you?
Hey, terima kasih, Janita. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you today. And please, the virtual floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. So thank you again, everybody, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rich Farrell. I am the Asia Pacific Director for our Data Center and Digitalization business here in Asia Pacific. I am based in Singapore, so close yet so far away at the moment from Indonesia. So look, today we're going to talk about secure sustainability from data center to edge. Okay, we're not going to really dive down a rabbit hole of product here. I'm not going to give you speeds and feeds. We're not really going to be talking about efficiencies or product, but we're going to be looking at the bigger picture here about why is Indonesia such a huge, can I just go back one slide, please? Go back one slide. Why is Indonesia, such a booming industry at the moment in what is overall a globally booming industry as well? So the issue is, how do we get sustainability in a boom? I mean, if we're talking about a boom, doesn't mean that we're over consuming, doesn't that mean our costs are actually increasing, going through the roof, as well. All of these things actually contribute to actually making sure that we actually have to be more sustainable. Sorry, you've jumped about 3 slides ahead. Can you just go back? I'll tell you when to go ahead in the slide deck. Keep going. Keep going back, please. Yep, can you please go back to the blue slide about sustainability and boom? Beautiful, thank you. I'll let you know when to move on. Thanks very much. Okay, so if we're consuming and if we're growing and if we're using more electricity and more water, let's not forget water. It's not just about PUE, power usage effectiveness. It's all about water usage effectiveness as well. And we've all been told that we have to be more energy efficient and watch our CO2 emissions. How do we do that? Next slide, please. I think you've skipped one slide. Go back, please. Can you go back one slide, please? Yep, go to the next slide. Okay, I think we still, no, sorry, go back. Just stay there, don't move. Okay, so let's talk about some of the challenges that we have. So we've all seen this data in this slide before. Okay, so data settings using 2 to 3% of electricity. Now, this is probably old data now. This is probably data for about 2 to 3 years ago. So I predict that we're actually using more than 2 to 3% of global electricity, at the moment. And if you look at why we're using, this much electricity in our data centers, well, it's there all around us. I mean, a lot of us are working from home. It's not just us as workers. We've got our children working from home, doing schooling from home as well. That puts greater emphasis on data generation. And the more emphasis you have on data generation, that means that you need to store it somewhere. And if you need to store it, it goes to the cloud. Where does the cloud live? Cloud lives in data centers. So the more data centers that are being built, the more demands that we're putting on our electrical infrastructure. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we did actually do a survey around this earlier this year in Eton around ASEAN. And basically it was about power management and power needs throughout ASEAN for the next 3 years. And really interesting responses that actually came out of this. And Indonesia was actually very prominent in this survey as well. So if we look at some of the pressing needs in Indonesia, 83% of companies in Indonesia are focused on incorporating renewables. Okay, so that's key. The fact that we've got awareness there, go back to your slide, please. I'll tell you when to go ahead. Okay, if we're incorporating renewables, in our infrastructure, it's great to say we want to do that. And it's actually very encouraging to see 83% of companies surveyed want to do that. But how do we actually do it? And part of the issue is we've only got 53% in the region that want to do it. So Indonesia are far ahead of the rest of the region, in this. So how do we actually incorporate renewables? And importantly, can we incorporate renewables into our data center infrastructure to actually make sure that we're being more sustainable and keeping costs under control? Next slide, please. So one of the things we're looking at in Eton is, mentioned it earlier, when we were talking earlier to Professor Rumley about everything as a grid. Okay, so what is everything as a grid? Okay, basically everything as a grid is all the traditional infrastructure we have now. Things like solar plants, wind farms and hydro, which is renewable energy, but then also using traditional energy generation and emerging energy generation. So things like electric vehicle infrastructure, okay? Using things like factories and commercial buildings and indeed even home dwellings, so homes we live in, as a way to generate and store power. Now at the center of all of these will be the data center, okay? Because again, we just discussed that the more data we generate out of all of these, it actually has to be stored somewhere, and that's stored in the data center. So what you're going to find as we go forward with sustainability, the data center is going to start to become the main tool in our battle for sustainability, not just in the data center market, but for our world in general. And the reason for that is because of our power needs, because we keep growing, as well, and because we've got this mix of renewable technologies, but these existing technologies as well, the data center is really the only centralized place that we can make sense of all that data and actually make it work. So you've got to see this term a lot more, okay? Everything is a grid. It's basically anywhere where you can store or transport data, and the data center will be at the heart of that. Next slide, please. So when we talk data center though, and sustainability, what are we actually talking about? We heard the other panelists talk about the offerings in the data center now. And a lot of offerings are very similar, out there. So I mean, Eton, for example, we can do the hyperscale size data center right down to the edge data center as well. But we do find that one size does not fit all. Each customer has very specific needs. So you will have some customers there on the top left-hand side of your screen where it's a traditional data center. So we have rows and rows of racks. We have our electrical, our UPS, our battery rooms, our generator. We have all of our cooling in there as well. And that's a very traditional way to build a data center and the most common. And right now it is the most common data center design that we're actually seeing, in Indonesia. However, we also see modular data centers. So that big blue shed pretty much right in the middle of the screen there, that's actually a modified shipping container. So if you hear of things like modular data center, containerized data center, that's literally what one of those look like. Okay, so this is one of the deployments that we did, recently. That is a self-contained data center. The great thing about having containerized or a modular data center, you can incorporate things like having solar panels externally, solar panels on the roof, and especially you can do battery energy storage. Okay, and we're going to talk about battery energy storage in a moment, because this at the moment is the most effective way to meet sustainability goals inside a data center. That rack down the bottom, that little black rack that you can see there, that is actually our edge solution. Okay, so obviously not every customer needs a modular containerized data center. Not every customer needs a hyperscale large data center. Particularly if we're talking about edge solutions, traditionally, why do we have edge? We have edge to bring data immediately to the consumers. We have an edge to bring data immediately to the users in a workplace environment. Okay, so if we're in an office environment or a commercial building, usually having this one rack solution will be enough, to actually make sure that it meets the needs of the customers there. But it still incorporates the same technologies. So whether you've got a one rack solution, whether you've got a modular data center, or whether you've got a traditional large build data center, they're still incorporating things like lithium-ion battery technologies, and we're looking at ways to be more efficient as well. Out of all of these, battery energy storage right now is the best way we can actually meet sustainability goals. Can we go to the next slide, please? So let's talk about sustainability, because it is one of those things, everybody throws it around, okay? We throw around sustainability, being green, being energy efficient and renewable. And the problem with only throwing these terms around, if you don't actually have a solution, you will lose credibility. Okay, so if there is any data center operators here, if there's any data center builders here, you want to make sure that you actually have a great story to tell your customers if your marketing material is saying, hey, we're sustainable. If I'm a customer, I'm going to say, tell me how you're sustainable. Okay. In Eaton, this is the way we show and tell customers we're sustainable. We now look at stored energy as an asset, okay? So, and it's the key to being sustainable at the moment as well within your data center. Again, large data center, small data center, concept is the same. Having stored energy, is an asset. In the past, energy's been a commodity. We buy it off someone, we use it for what we need, we charge for services, okay? Now we're looking at energy with battery energy storage technology actually being an asset for your data center. Okay, next slide, and I'll explain. So if we have a look now, traditionally, as I mentioned, we do anything in the data center space, anything electrical in the data center space. That's Eaton's heritage. We're over a 100-year-old company, a lot of experience in that space. But I think a lot of people probably know us for our very large electrical infrastructure, particularly our UPS. We now have software that can run on our UPSs, where at a very high level, you can either make money off that stored energy or you can save money. And the way you do it is this. There's three ways. We have what we call demand response. Okay, so demand response is literally, as it sounds, it's demand on the electrical network and how our electrical equipment in our data center can respond to that. Now, I'll give you a very high level example. If there is a peak usage time for electricity, you could actually take your data center off the grid. I'll give you a moment to get your head around that. You can take your data center off the grid and run it from your UPS. Now, you can't run it for hours or days at a time. That's not the purpose of this technology, at all. That's where generators come in. But even seconds and microseconds means that you can avoid some of that peak pricing that actually happens during the day when you try to run a large data center. Okay, so basically we can save money. Now, for countries that are set up with an energy market, you can make money. You could actually earn money off your UPS. And how do you do that? Well, you earn money by selling excess energy stored in your batteries back to the power grid. Okay, and there are a couple of keys here at the moment that you do need. Okay, you do need a viable energy market within your company, either a government offering incentives or a regulatory body who is monitoring this as well. Okay, that's not yet in Indonesia, but it is in other countries, around our region, at the moment. So anywhere in APAC, if you go from Taiwan all the way down to New Zealand, Australia, they now have energy markets in place. There is not a single country who is not considering rolling out an energy market. So it's not a matter of if, but when Indonesia has an energy market. When that happens, this is when the availability of what we call Eaton Energy Aware really comes into place. Again, where you can actually take your facility off grid, run it off your UPS for microseconds or seconds at a time, or during peak usage, when you've got excess energy, you can actually make money, earn money off your infrastructure. This is pretty groundbreaking technology. Have we rolled it out? Yes, we have rolled it out. I can't mention who our largest customer is, but they are the largest cloud player, globally in the world. They now use this technology across Europe. We're currently rolling out this technology for customers in our region as well. So again, if you go to tell people that you have a sustainable solution, you have to actually walk the talk. You can't just talk about it if you haven't got something to show. And Eaton have definitely got something great to show here. Next slide. So as I mentioned, at a very, very high level, okay, you can earn from your data center assets, or you can save due to your data center assets. So that physical big UPS that you buy, that's megawatts and megawatts worth of power that traditionally just consumes lots of power, and it will sit there for 10, 15, 20 years. You'll do some battery replacements. It's a big, big operational cost. With this solution, we're now giving you an option where you can actually turn that fixed depreciating asset into something that you can actually use to earn money or save money. And it's a little bit hard to get your head around, I agree, but it is something very prevalent at the moment that we're looking at. And again, it's available now. Next slide. So we've talked about sustainability. We've talked about some of the drivers and the new tech that's actually coming out, and it's new tech that you can use today. Can I tell you now, none of this matters though. None of it matters, okay, unless you have a software digitalized driven data center. Okay, so we're talking about digital transformation today. It's obviously the big topic of the IDPRO event. But what does that actually mean inside the data center? Okay, at its very core, digital transformation is about data. Okay, digital transformation is about getting all that data and making sense of that data. And then for a business, use it for one or two purposes. Use it operationally to save costs, or you use it externally to generate revenue. So digital transformation is all about data. There's three key pillars when we talk about digital transformation: data, as I mentioned, process, and people. All right. And it's one of the previous speakers, Mr. Pangurapan, mentioned digital talent needs. I mean, we can see this exploding in the future. There's definitely going to be a need for more data analysts, out there, data engineers as well. And this is all driven by this huge data generation that ends up living in data centers. Okay, and because of this huge data generation, it enables us to better run a data center, but also sell that data as a service back to our customers. Is this relevant for Indonesia? Is this relevant for you, either as a customer of a data center or a data center operator? Well, look at those numbers on the top left-hand side. Digital transformation, over 1 trillion contribution to the APAC economy. I couldn't actually find the numbers for the Indonesian economy. I did try, but 1.16 trillion to the APAC economy in 2021 alone. And you'd have to think, for a region like Indonesia, who is growing at over 30% compound annual growth in data center, 30%, when the rest of the industry is growing at 12, which is still great, but 30%, you'd have to think Indonesia, there's a big opportunity here to really utilize digital transformation. And then if we drive down a little bit more, what's in this for an actual data center operator? Well, predictive analytics. Okay, predictive analytics is going to be a big deal coming up. It's literally, as it sounds, it's able to predict through algorithms the likely failure of devices or a data center or your customer's equipment. Okay, so again, running algorithms complex data algorithms to actually come out with a set of data analytics that you can use for your customer to help avoid downtime. It's a huge play for us. It's something that Eaton do at the moment. So we do actually have our our digital transformation business down in the bottom left-hand corner. It is called BrightLayer. If you hear the word BrightLayer, it is Eaton's software suite of products. It's our digitalization business. And items like predictive analytics tools, data center infrastructure management tools, we have those now. We are using those with customers. Your data center is only as smart as the software behind it. Lastly, what about all this data? I mean, if data is the new oil, which is always quite a cliche saying, but data is the new oil, how do we secure all of that data? If we're generating all this data, surely that makes us a target for hackers, all right? I don't think you have to go too many days without reading in the news and the media about the latest ransomware attack. Interesting thing about a lot of these ransomware and cyber attacks, they're not necessarily focusing on that IT network. They're not necessarily going after the servers, laptops, IT networking equipment. They're now going after operational technology. So Eaton now has a OT business, operational technology business, that we have as well. So just to summarize this, end-to-end hardware offerings from data center through to edge. And then, of course, we have a software package, a BrightLayer package, which can drive this and operate it for you. And then we secure it with Eaton cybersecurity services. Next slide, please. So look, in summary, it doesn't matter if it's from the data center to the edge. We could actually show you sustainable and secure solutions. We do have a very large team in Indonesia. We have in-country service personnel, as well as our own team there as well. We'd love to chat to you a bit more about this. And once again, to IDPRO, Professor Rumli, Pakandra, Janita, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. Back to you, Janita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rich Farrell. What an insightful presentation about secure sustainability from data center to edge. And to highlight one point about digital transformation, Mr. Rich Farrell mentioned just now that digital transformation is collecting a lot of data and making sense of that data. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to thank ABB, Eaton, and Huawei for supporting today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, and all of our distinguished guests, next presentation will be delivered by the COO of PT-DCI, Mr. Marco Cioffi. Mr. Marco will present about data center investment opportunities in solving high demand of internet connections in Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Marco Cioffi.
Hi everyone.
Hi, Mr. Marco. How are you today?
So far, so good. How are you?
I'm doing great and looking so good wearing that batik, Mr. Marco.
Thank you.
All right, so please, the virtual floor is yours, Mr. Marco.
Sure. I believe we have some slides that we can show, and I will try to be quick, given that I think we are a bit late on our schedule. Okay, so today I would like to share a little bit of insight regarding the potential of data center sector in Indonesia. Next. Essentially, data center are digital roads in the development of a digital nation. So as you know, as we've heard before from previous presentation, Indonesia has a very aggressive roadmap for digital economy. We talk about IoT, artificial intelligence, and all those cool technology that should improve our life. Eventually, all those technology have to be in a road. So I like to make always a very simple analysis to say basically data center are digital roads. And we are now in this specific point of time building the digital infrastructure of Indonesia. Next. Data center has a huge potential in Indonesia. If we compare, you can see the chart on the right-hand side that show the per capita consumption per data center per person. So you can see that Indonesia has a bottom of the pile with almost I think less than 1 watt per capita. While if we compare those with other countries such as Singapore is probably the highest. Although Singapore is a kind of a unique case because Singapore is a hub for data centers. So let's say we compare Indonesia with Japan. I think Japan is a good example because it's not a hub, but it's a very digitalized country. We can assume that going forward, Indonesia has a potential of 2.7 gigawatt in terms of market. So again, this is a great potential, great opportunity, great business opportunity for all of us. So again, if we compare to the market today, it's almost 100 times X in terms of growth. Let me give you some highlight on the market. Next. This is an analysis done by Structure Research. Structure Research analyzed the size of the data center market. What you can look at is at the bottom of this chart, bottom left, 2020, there are 4 colors. You just need to look at the top 3. So you can see the number 74.8. The number 74.8 represent the built-out capacity plus contracted plus maximum built-out capacity. So it's effectively the size of the data center market, including contracted capacity, means already built by the client, already contracted to client, plus the part that is built ready but not contracted yet. So we measure the market in megawatt, and you can see that Indonesia is a 74.8 mega market. And then if you look at 2025, you can see that those bar goes up to 246.3 mega. So this is almost 3-4x growth in 3 years. If you look at the compound annual growth rate, it means how much the market grow every year. It comes out to 20 to 30% growth. So very huge, big opportunity. Again, there are not many markets that are capital intensive as data center that growth at this rate. I think the real estate market growth at less than 5% every year, right? So big opportunity here. If we go to the next chart, we would like to share a bit of the DCI success story. DCI was built in 2011. Currently, we achieved several milestones. The most important one really where we were in the first one to be a tier 4 data center player in Indonesia in 2014, 2016. We were the first one to achieve the SOC 2 Type 2 certification. I think Ethan talks about the importance of cybersecurity. So we put a lot of effort into securing our data center. So again, if we think about this opportunity as a trend in the market, data center are not only infrastructure asset, but needs to be really thought as IT asset. So they need to be cyber secure. 2020, we received Frost & Sullivan Award for best operation. And then in terms of next opportunity, we are looking at potentially expanding to 15 data center with multiple location, Karawang, in Bintan, and edge location across Indonesia. Next. I'd like to share with you some of the success factor because we're talking about the business opportunity. So what do you need to build a successful data center business? Of course, the most important is operational excellence. So making sure your assets are 100% up all the time. Second, maintenance excellence. I think we also discussed about this. And then third, of course, energy efficiency. On energy efficiency, I think the big opportunity in Indonesia is if we can really use innovative technology to reduce our PUE, but also innovative technology to use alternative and renewable energy. As you know, data center in Indonesia currently rely mostly on gas and coal. But if we look at the potential of Indonesia with thermal or hydro or even solar. The country has a huge potential to tap into those source energy and renewable source. Next. I think next I will skip just for the interest of time. Okay. How do we advance the data center sector in Indonesia? Basically, we try to identify 4 key success factors. First, we need to have a good location. Second, good design. Third, operational excellence, automation, and AI. And then fourth, availability of green energy. As we are in this forum, I'd like to touch on those 4 quickly. Number 1, location. Next. Next. Okay, location. I think we saw in Indonesia the development of industrial park. I think this is quite interesting development. We are located in MM2000. The campus is supplied by an independent power provider, which is Cikarang Listrindo. Cikarang Listrindo gave us 2 feeds from 2 independent power plants that allow us to tap into 2 independent power sources. So they gave us the flexibility to have independent power plant and independent reliability. So to end at the upstream, on the upstream side. I think that's a big plus if you're looking for data center. So if you look for a location, make sure your power plant is in a good spot and can give you a double power feed. Next. Regarding the importance of design, again, really important to have a good design. Currently, in Indonesia, our experience is that good design can give you a PUE of 1.35 to 1.38 currently with the best-in-class design. And we are talking about annualized PUE. Yeah? So we need to be very careful when the industry talks about PUE. Some people talk 1.2, 1.1, but only measure the partial PUE. So we really need to think about annualized PUE, not special condition, annualized. And we need to look at ways to improve PUE. So looking at water cooling, for example, looking at efficiency in terms of using perhaps absorption chiller, which is very promising technology in the data center sector. I think we talk about liquid and immersion cooling. Those are really cool technology. Unfortunately, we as a co-location player, we cannot play with those technology unless supported by customer. Okay. Next. This is an example of our strategy in terms of location. Where are we going? So we have our site in MM2000 with around 15 building, 200 mega. We are expanding another site in H2 with 25 mega. We have an edge location in town, 6 mega. And currently we are looking at location near Bintan to support the expansion plan. So again, plenty of opportunities beside the Jabodetabek area. Next. Now, this is quite interesting. I just want to share, we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, robotics, and very cool technology to manage data center. DCI have a kind of a pioneer in the area because we've been a strong believer of a software-defined data center concept since 2012, since our inception. So basically what we built was a layer of IT infrastructure to manage the data center. So you can see here, of course, at the top, humans, we need skilled digital talent that help us to run our data center. Below that, we have SOP and EOP that really allow us to run the data center effectively. And then we have built, we call it a smart data center operating system. It's really an operating system for the data center that using IoT analyze over 1,000 sensors across the data center and can inform our technician of potential issues, such as a pump that maybe is making too much noise or a pump that has too much vibration. And using artificial intelligence, we are basically able to predict mechanical and electrical failure. At the bottom of that, of course, we have a very strong platform of IoT and big data that can allow us to analyze those. So I think if I can share maybe our experience during the design phase, it's great if you can think about those important factors. So your data center by design is a data center that supports IoT and big data. Also in terms of vendor selection, you can highlight some of the good vendors that we have here, Eaton, ABB, and Huawei, that have already highlighted that they have IoT, they support IoT. So with that, you can actually collect all the data from their equipment and send it to your data center. Next. This is an example of system that we developed. It's an AI cooling system. It's a system that connects to our crack, chiller, and pump and analyze the load, the IT load in the data hall. So if a system, if a rack has too much heat, then the AI system will run the crack at a high speed. So the fan will run at a high speed at a very low set point. So we will cool that rack, okay? But if a rack is not powered or maybe is not very high utilization, so it's too cool, then what the AI system, it will reduce the fan speed. So with this system, we've been able to reduce our PV by around 20 to 30%. So it's a really a big, big saving for us. But more importantly, this system gives us the ability to predict high peak load, so we can actually improve the effectiveness to our client. Our client can have a better service level, can have a better support thanks to this system. Next. Finally, I just want to touch very briefly on availability of clean energy. This is really an important topic for us. Again, we can use very cool technology, but at DCI, we like to think in a very effective and practical way. So what can we do, right, about clean energy? Essentially two things. Number one, we can use better power source. So you can see here on the bottom of this chart, we have different power source: gas, coal, fuel, solar, and winds. Of course, each of those power sources have different carbon emission and also different costs. So for us, what we want to do is we want to move to cleaner energy. We want to switch from coal to gas, for example. That's a very simple things we can do. And then eventually from gas, we can go into thermal, wind, and solar. Of course, there's a bit of challenge there because of the intermittent power supply, but I think as an industry, that's where we need to go, right? And if we do that, we will be able to really reduce the emission by a lot, right? And as the folks from Eaton remember us, data center will contribute to 1 to 2% of the global electricity consumption. So it's a big thing if we can do this, this change. I would like also, hopefully there are government shareholders, stakeholders in this meeting. So I would like to remind also that we need government support for clean energy, and also ideally the government can understand that if we want to build the digital roads of Indonesia, we must have preferential gas prices as other industry. Otherwise, the data center business will not grow that fast. So it's really the ask for the government stakeholders is if we can look at data center as a strategic sector, it's going to be great for the country because it's going to enable all the sector that we talked before, digital economy, IoT, AI, really for a great nation, we need those digital roads. And to build those digital roads, we need preferential rates, preferential electricity rates for the data center sector, especially for gas, because we need to move to gas to reduce emission. And gas is abundant in Indonesia, and I think data center is going to be a great, great sector that will create a lot of jobs in the future. Second thing we can do on the data center sector is to reduce our consumption. So again, here you can see the data center sector, we look at PUE as our effectiveness in how we manage data center. So we want to go into low PUE. How to do it is basically reducing mechanical and electrical losses. So on the mechanical side, really invite you as a data center practitioner to look at mechanical, because we know this is really the most important thing. And I know Professor Lee is speaking next, so I think he will illustrate the latest and greatest on the mechanical cooling. But I think basic things we can look into, perhaps chiller optimization, reducing fan speed, which are quick win that we can do. So again, hope this didn't take too much of your time. So again, to summarize, point number one, big potential opportunity. You saw 2.5 gigawatt market potential, 3x growth. Second thing, good location, good design, operation, and energy sources. And then the third things, we need government support for gas, preferential gas prices, because that will really be turbocharging our data center sector. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marco Cioffi. We do really enjoy your presentation. Next, we're inviting the Executive Director, Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore, Professor Lee Po Seng, and the presentation will discuss about how national energy policies on data center could come up with the new and more energy efficient power solutions for reducing carbon emission while building hyperscaler data center. So I would like to invite Professor P.S. Lee.
Thank you. Can you see my slide?
Hello, Professor Lee. How are you today?
Good.
We are going to assist you and we'll show your presentation slides.
Okay.
So
sure.
please, you can start your presentation.
Okay. So I will run my slide myself, or your slide will be assisting.
Okay, you can start to share screen.
Oh, okay, sure. Can you see my screen? Okay, my presentation today is actually how national energy policy on data center could come up with new and more energy efficient power solutions for reducing carbon emissions while building hyperscale data center. Okay, so the outline of today's presentation is actually given here. So I think in the interest of time, I'll just go directly into the presentation proper. So the first part is actually on the data center industry, some of the key highlights. But the previous speakers have actually covered quite a bit of this, so I'll probably just focus on some of the recent data showing that the number of hyperscale data center has more than doubled globally in 5 years. And if you look at the share of the hyperscale data center locations, so US is actually home to almost 40% of all hyperscale data center worldwide during the fourth quarter of 2020, which is more than any other country. But if you look at the further breakdowns, right? So Singapore actually had approximately 3% of the global hyperscale market share. But currently there's actually a moratorium. So I think this actually presents an opportunity for our ASEAN neighbors, in particular Indonesia, right, to capture a substantial share of the hyperscale data center market. But associated with the rapid growth in the data center industry, in particular the hyperscale data centers as a whole is already accounting for 20 terawatt hour per year in energy consumption, which is between 1 to 2% of the total electricity demand worldwide. And corresponding to this is actually taking up about 2% of the global CO2 emission, so which is certainly an issue as the countries are actually trying very hard to actually decarbonize the various sectors, including the data center sectors. Next, I'd like to share some of the policies that have been taken by the Singapore government, right, in order to manage the growth of the data center industries. So why is there the need to sort of have various policy in place? This is because there's need to balance the data center market growth with the associated land and environmental considerations. So again, all the market reports are pointing to Southeast Asia as the region that will experience the fastest growth, right? And for example, the projected compound annual growth rate can be like 13% between 2019 and 2024, based on a market report by Cushman and Wakefield. But data center is a very energy intensive user of electricity and water, especially for data center operating in this part of the world, in the tropics, right? Because of a hot and humid climatic condition. So between 35 to 40% of the energy consumed by data center, for example, or those operating in Singapore, actually goes towards cooling. And further adding to the complexity, data centers are fast becoming a critical infrastructure for modern business activity, basically the digital economy. And this is especially so during the pandemic period, when a lot of activities have moved from physical to virtual. And you need the data center as part of the critical infrastructure to support the digital economy. So next, I'd like to show a snapshot of the Singapore policy landscape for sustainable data centers. So there's quite a bit of information over here, but I will be going to a little bit more details in the subsequent slides. So on the upper half, I'm showing the various incentive and support schemes, right? During the first 9 years to promote data center constructions, right? And in the last 2+ years, to how to manage the data center growth, right? And in particular, there's actually an implicit moratorium. And on the bottom, I've actually shown the various regulations and standards that have been put in place. So let me go directly to some of this. So the first is actually the environmental / the emissions policies, which needs adapting, right? So specifically, Singapore have the mandatory energy management practice under our Energy Conservation Act, which actually covers both existing industrial facilities and new industrial facilities. So I'll just quickly list down what are some of the associated measures, right, for under existing industrial facilities. So for example, there's a need to appoint an energy manager and to monitor and report energy use in greenhouse gas emission, as well as to submit an energy efficiency improvement plan on an annual basis. And under new industrial facilities, so the new venture facility is required to submit an energy efficiency opportunity assessment reports. And owners of new ventures are advised to install meters and instruments at design and construction phases to measure the energy consumption of facilities. And data center specific clauses have been added to local policy in 2017. Next, let's look at some of the business development incentive and support schemes, which needs to be updated, right, to support the data center industry. So it's well known that Singapore actually have a very pro-business policy. So I think which is listed over here. So I will let you digest them. So under financial support for industrial energy efficiency, so we have the Energy Efficiency Fund, which was established in 2017, which offer grants to support energy efficiency of industrial facilities. So some of the eligible projects are listed below. And under R&D support, there are actually various schemes and programs that would actually provide funding to support R&D on the energy efficiency and cooling technologies for data centers. So in particular, we have the Green Data Center Research Hub, which was established in 2015 with a funding of Singapore $50 million. And very recently, right, we have actually set up the Sustainable Tropical Data Center Testbed Program, right, with 25 million funding, which is actually co-funded by both by the government as well as by the Facebook. So next, let's quickly look at some of the relevant design standards and codes, which also needs to be adapted, right? Especially as the trends for data center growth have changed in the recent 2 years. So under the Singapore standards, SS564, right, is actually specifically for sustainable data centers. This was published in 2011 to help reduce energy consumption and operating costs of data centers. So that it was revised in 2013 and 2020. So some of the specifics covered under standards are listed here. So for example, assertive failure management systems and performance metrics and indicators to measure energy efficiency and sustainability, as well as set of best practices covering operations and equipment of data centers. Then we actually have the BCA IMD Green Mark for data center schemes, covering both existing data centers as well as new data centers. So under the existing data centers, right, the focus is actually on energy and water efficiency and building retrofit. While under the new data centers, the focus is actually on energy and water efficiency and sustainable constructions, right? So in particular, we're also looking at, for example, the contribution by embodied carbon. And quite recently, right, in 2019, Singapore, the government has imposed an implicit moratorium on new data centers due to concerns over the industry carbon footprint. But this is an experience not unique to Singapore. If we look worldwide, right, so we've seen similar moratorium being put in place by Amsterdam in the Netherlands, Frankfurt in Germany, and recently by Ireland, right? So all in all, actually trying to manage the carbon footprint, right, associated with data center industries. So the last part is actually on emerging technologies and market disruptors. So I think quite a bit have already been covered by the previous speaker. So I think in the interest of time, I'll just skip through quite quickly, right? But if you look at how energy is being used in data centers, it can be basically divided into three broad categories, right? Energy sources, facilities, systems, as well as IT systems. So associated with these three categories, this can actually lead to different pathways to greening data centers, right? Including the integration with renewables, in particular solar energy for the case of Singapore. Then there's also a lot of interest recently in the use of hydrogen fuel cells, right, for backup power generations. The third is actually on the energy efficient cooling technologies, right? And this is significant because between 35 to 40% of the energy used by data center actually goes towards powering the cooling systems, right? So the other things that we can actually take advantage is actually the free cold energy, for example, from the LNG regasification process, because in this part of the world, we use quite a bit of natural gas, right? Especially in the forms of the liquefied natural gas. Then the other thing is actually pertaining to modernizing IT infrastructure and AI/machine learnings. So I've just two examples to quickly show you. So this is actually the work done by my group here at NUS, as well as Coolers DC, which is a startup that I founded last year. So we have integrated our direct chip liquid cooling solution into a high performance server as shown over here. And we are now in the process of test bedding our integrated liquid cool rack solutions at a major co-location this year. I think one of the speakers mentioned about the challenges for the co-location to implement the liquid cooling and immersion cooling. So I think along with the test bedding, we are actually actively talking with the co-location operators about changing the business model. So sometimes it's actually not just the technology, but the associated business model that needs to be revised in order to facilitate the adoptions of innovative solutions. Then the last bit is actually on the use of AI machine learning to increase the energy efficiency, for example, as demonstrated by Google in their data centers. So with that, I'd like to close my presentation. So it is an understated fact that data center has and will continue to become increasingly critical infrastructure to the modern digital economy. Policy needs to strike a balance between enhancing the economic competitiveness and minimizing the environmental footprint of digital intelligence. And existing energy and environmental policies can provide robust foundations for data centers, yet require adaptations. And last but not least, relevant policy areas are numerous, including environmental policy, building and design standards, data storage and processing regulations, all of which needs to be harmonized with international best practices. So with that, I end my presentation.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation will be from the Chairman of Industrial Estate Association, HKI, who will present about government plans and strategies to support the development of low carbon emission infrastructure in the data center industry in Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sani Iskandar. Hello, Mr. Sani. How are you today?
Yes, very good. Ibu Selvin is very enthusiasm MC today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bapak Sani. Terima kasih banyak. I really appreciate that. Baik, kalau begitu kami sangat antusias untuk langsung menyaksikan pemaparan dari Bapak Sani. Kami persilahkan, Pak.
Okay, thank you. So, please help to share my materials. Okay, thank you. So Pak Hendra and also Pak Michael gave me the title. For me, it is the role of the industrial estate to facilitate data center industry in Indonesia. So it is very interesting title, and yeah, as supporting of the industry of the data center. So yeah, HKI, Industrial Estate Association of Indonesia, also including Kadin, Apindo, it is very enthusiasm to support the data center industry in Indonesia. Okay, so next slide. I just only have 5 slides, very quick. So yeah, regarding to the economic zones, so as we know that the President Jokowi, it is very support for this industry, and so that's why he put the economic zone and also including the data center industry on their program and his program, yeah, especially on the first his administration on first terms. And then on the second terms also regarding to the economic transformation program, and also on the omnibus law, especially for the point number 11, it is related with the economic zones. So as we know that economic zone is the integrated area of the economic activities that equipped with the supporting infrastructure and facilities, which is developed and managed by the business entity. So if we see there are some forms of the economic zones in Indonesia. So especially number 1, it is of course industrialized as a manufacturing and processing industry. And then number 2, it is for the tourism zone. Number 3, it is for the logistic and distribution zones. And also number 4, it is for the science and technology park. Now it has become the very aggressively developed Indonesia. And also the other, it is like education zone, health zone, energy zone, and the others. And then for the every economic zones development, they are kind of the type, it is based on the incentive status. So as we know, they are industrialized state, and also they are free trade zone, and the port also, of course, it is like in Batam, Bintan, Karimun, and also in Sabang, and also the bonded zone, it is also already provide in Indonesia. And the last one, it is for the special economic zone or kawasan ekonomi khusus. Okay, next slide. Yeah, as we know that now in Indonesia, there are some industrialized state. The latest number, it is around 104 industrialized state in Indonesia. Mostly it is located in West Java, Central Java, East Java, and also on the Riau Island. Yeah, but now it is already spread out to the other province in Indonesia. So maybe around 22 province in Indonesia, they already have a industrial state. Next slide. Yeah, now I just want to explain the growing industry during the COVID-19 pandemic. So some industry, it is become more developed during this COVID-19 pandemic. And I want to put number one, it is the IT industry. And of course, it is including the data center industry. So maybe this on this webinar, it is very important, yeah, because now so many data center industry coming to Indonesia. And then number two, it is also for the other technology-based industry like automotive industry, and especially for the electric vehicle. It is also including the all supporting industry of the automotive. And then number three, it is related with the health and consumer goods industry. Now it is also increasing during the pandemic. And number four, it is for the e-commerce development. It is also to encourage the demand of the warehouse and distribution center. And I know that, yeah, for the warehouse and for the such kind like trading industry, it is need much support from the data center. And then for the how the industrialized state to be ready to support the data center industry. So I have 5 points here. It is number one, it is related with the electrical infrastructure. So how to provide the capacity, yeah, of the electric power supply, which is used both for the existing and also for the next perspective of the data center industry. Yeah, it is very important. And also number two, it is how to keep the quality of the electric power supply, yeah, during their operation without any trip. Yeah, so it is the 2 point, it is very important for the electrical infrastructure. And then number two, it is related with the IT infrastructure. IT infrastructure, it is related with the fiber optic network. So how to provide the fiber optic network during the preparation of the master plan of the infrastructure of the industrial estate. So when the industrial estate want to build, want to develop, so on the infrastructure master plan, it should be put fiber optic network. And also how to reserve the area for the fiber optic installment. And it should be underground with using the special cable duct. It is also very important. And then number three, it is regarding to the road access road. Yeah, it is also need more than one access road. Yeah, in out from the location of the data center industry. So it is very important for the emergency purpose for the data center industry. And then number four, it is for the cooling system. It is already explained in detail, yeah, by the IPP speakers before. So for the cooling system, it is very needed. It is also some huge amount of the water supply, especially in one time. It is for the cooling system. So that's why the water supply in industrial estate for support the data center industry, it is very important. And then the last one, it is related with the electricity backup. It is also used the gas supply. It is also for the backup generator for the data center industry. So 5 point for the infrastructure to the industrial estate to support the data center industry. It is very important. And then the next slide. Yeah, maybe it is the last slide from me. So for the economic digitalization, so now number one, it is Indonesia already ready and also has a roadmap for the economic digitalization through the Making Indonesia 4.0. It is to implement digital and high-tech industry. And then number two, it is data center industry. It is also accelerate the growth of the economic digitalization. And number three, industrial estate continues to provide services and infrastructure to optimize the economic digitalization in Indonesia. So yeah, we as a player of the industrial estate in Indonesia, so we are ready to face the coming industry, data center industry to our estate. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sani Iskandar, for your interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda will be the second panel discussion entitled The Role of Data Center Industry Players in Supporting the Growth of the Digital Economy in Indonesia. And in the second panel discussion, we are having a Q&A session. So please don't hesitate to tell us your questions. Please submit your questions into the chat box. And please don't forget to tell us your name and of course your question. And if you have specific questions to specific speakers, please tell us to which speakers you are delivering your question to. So without any further ado, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Hendra Suryakusuma.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya. Many institutions in Indonesia are undergoing massive digital transformation process because they need to adapt on the new way of business being transacted or run. Cloud computing adoption rate is growing very rapidly. Gone are the days where micro and small medium businesses are procuring IT infrastructures. They will go directly to purchase cloud services. This is because of three main benefits: time to market, elasticity, and also feasibility. The other thing is a lot of government institutions also launching smart and safe province initiatives, which requires DC infrastructure to host the system. And the government also launched Making Indonesia 4.0 back in 2019, which leads many institutions and enterprises in Indonesia initiating and implementing IoT technology in their organizations. And during last year pandemic, due to lockdown and also working from home implementation, more and more data centers and cloud computing resources needed. And if you can see from the other side, it's quite surprising to know the fact that based on data, in 2017 in Indonesia, the gross merchandise value is around, for the digital economy, is around $8 billion. But last year, this number increased up to $40 billion. It's quite remarkable. So in this second panel, we'll be discussing about roles of data center in supporting the growth of digital economy. I would like to invite our panelists, Leontinus Alpha Edison, my friend, also co-founder of Tokopedia. Pak Sani Iskandar, Chairman of Indonesia Industrial Estate Association, HKI. Selamat siang, Leon dan juga Pak Sani.
Selamat siang, Pak.
Siang, Pak. Pak Relianto from... Halo, Leon. Nice to see you again, bro. Pak Relianto from ABB, and we have also Rich Farrell from Eaton, and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sainani from Huawei. Good to have you guys here. So we'll kick off this panel from Leon. Leon, kita tahu Tokopedia ini benar-benar shaker and mover untuk industri e-commerce di Indonesia ya. Boleh di-share nggak terakhir itu perkembangan digital ekonomi di Indonesia itu seperti apa? Kemudian sektor apa saja yang growing-nya sangat pesat gitu. Silakan Leon.
Oke, bahasa Indonesia aja bro.
Siap, silakan.
Oke, terima kasih. Kalau kita bicara tentang pertumbuhan ekonomi ya, terutama akhir-akhir ini, terus terang ini kami di Tokopedia, kita tuh belum pernah ya melihat digitalisasi yang terjadi secepat, sebesar, dan semasif sekarang sih. Dan juga nggak cuma besar ya, tapi penting juga gitu. Aktivitasnya itu aktivitas yang berkualitas gitu. Nah, walaupun ya dengan segala tantangannya, pandemi ini ya benar-benar mendorong digitalisasi sih. Dan kontribusinya terhadap ekonomi digital di Indonesia itu luas banget ya. Ya saya kurang suka kalau bahas yang negatif-negatif. Kita ambil positifnya aja gitu. Nah, saya sendiri juga baca banyak sumber ya. Berbagai sumber itu macam-macam sih. Saya baca juga di media-media di Indonesia, ada berbagai research juga. Misalnya contoh, kita itu kan akan menjadi ekonomi terbesar keempat atau kelima ya di tahun 2030 gitu. Kita juga populasi kita juga keempat terbesar di dunia. Kita punya bonus demografi ya, usia produktif itu banyak sekali ya. Ini statistiknya ada sekitar 70% katanya. Wah, ini mantap sih. Kemudian kelas menengah juga kurvanya makin membaik ya gitu. Penetrasi internet juga, again, ini data terbaru nih tahun 2021, penetrasi kita sudah tinggi sekali ya, udah 73% bahkan. Dan salah satu negara yang mobile first tercepat juga adalah Indonesia gitu. Nah, kemudian kita juga lihat ternyata transaksi online atau e-commerce menjadi salah satu sektor yang pertumbuhan dan kontribusinya itu benar-benar sangat signifikan loh. Ini salah satu sumber yang saya baca ya, data dari We Are Social April 2021, jadi masih baru sekali. Lebih dari 88% pengguna internet di Indonesia memanfaatkan platform e-commerce. Wah, ini keren banget. Salah satu yang tertinggi di dunia juga. Ya memang ini didorong oleh pandemi dan pembatasan sosial ya, PPKM dan segala macam. Tapi kita bisa lihat ini sebenarnya kondisi digital ekonomi Indonesia menurut saya fondasinya sudah baik dan ternyata akselerasinya juga sangat-sangat cepat sih. Dan ini keren banget. Nah, kalau pertanyaan kedua tadi, apa sih yang sektor yang tumbuh paling signifikan? Tentu saja karena pandemi, banyak yang berhubungan dengan kegiatan kita yang harus tetap di rumah sih ya. Jadi untuk menunjang bekerja dari rumah, untuk menunjang sekolah dari rumah, untuk menunjang keluarga bisa tetap memperhatikan anak-anaknya dengan baik juga dari rumah. Dan kemudian teknologi juga banyak untuk naik, kemudian kebutuhan dapur, kebutuhan rumah, itu semuanya naiknya cukup signifikan sih ya.
Partisipan kita di siang ini ya. Selanjutnya, I would like to ask the DC solution providers. This is associated with the increasing of data ya. I mean, ke atas lagi, sorry ke atas lagi. Yeah, I would like to ask first with Mr. Sanjay. I mean, what kind of solution that Huawei currently actually preparing in terms of anticipating this digital explosion that will be happening sometime soon? Yeah, please, Mr. Sanjay.
Well, the digital explosion has already happened.
It's already happening now. Yes, agree with you.
You know, over the last few decades, especially 2 decades, you would see, very interesting technologies coming into play. But this is probably one of those unique moments in history where we have multiple technologies converging around at the same time. You have virtualization, cloud computing, you have AI, machine learning, you have IoT, combine that with 5G. If you start putting all of this together, you create an environment where very unique user experiences can be offered. And then this is precisely what we have been seeing in the last few years. The fact that you mentioned that enterprises are moving towards cloud computing, there is a lot of use of big data applications as Industry 4.0, leverage IoT. And then on top of that, all of that, we had the COVID. Unfortunate, obviously, the way it has hurt people at an individual level. But in many ways, it has provided that opportunity to leverage all these technologies. And we believe there is no going back. We have opened new ways of doing business. In fact, in the last 18 months, if you are not online as a business, you are closed. And so this is something that is, I believe the journey has begun. The data explosion has started. Now you combine that with the adoption rates, and different geographies have very different adoption rates in terms of how they do, and that is very obviously reflected in the per capita consumption of data. But across the board, it has increased double, triple digits. With regards to Huawei, we sit in a very unique position. We kind of have been touching all the layers of the business in the digital economy. We are in the business of offering technologies, including Huawei Cloud. This is where we compete with other cloud service providers, and have been offering PaaS and IaaS as a service. That technology helps us, to move into new markets, bring in new applications, new platforms. This is driven at an infrastructure level with our compute, storage, and networking hardware, and this is another area that is growing very, very fast for us. And all of this then sits inside a data center, and that's pretty much what we've been talking, most of the speakers have been talking today, is the facility layer. At Huawei, the fact that we pretty much are a very large player and we have a very strong position across all the layers of the stack, it puts us in a unique position in terms of how we view this. There's a lot of effort happening at the platform level to see how you can move the data towards physical facilities where you can leverage energy consumption in a smarter manner. So for example, if you have a global network of data centers, you obviously will have some data centers in climatic conditions where PUEs are much better. Or you are using energy sources which are carbon neutral or have less carbon, and you obviously will have geographies and areas where that's not true. The fact that you are a data center, cloud service provider, and operator, you now can use software to move basically data around in such a way with the goal in mind where you are able to reduce energy consumption, able to improve your carbon footprint as an enterprise, as a company. We at Huawei call it bits managing watts. So there are a lot of areas we touch upon, and some of the conversations that have happened today are very relevant. This is an industry growing very fast. Most of the discussion we had today was on operational carbon. Very important, definitely a key, I would say a low-hanging fruit, simply because these are energy inefficiencies that you see every day, and you can try and take them out. What is going to be even more difficult, but nonetheless very important, is embodied carbon. Once your data center is complete, the carbon is trapped, and that's a carbon footprint you generated. We at Huawei have been looking at this for quite a few years, and over the last 5-7 years have moved into a completely new construction system where we are combining the best in class of modularized systems, prefabricated systems, and construction systems. And this has given us the ability to build today 50, 100, 200 megawatt campuses using completely prefabricated structure, which typically has anywhere between 35 to 40% less embodied carbon. So there's a lot of stuff we are doing, and I'm sure in the next few questions that you have, we'll be able to discuss a bit more.
Sure. Thank you, Sanjay. Rich, would you like to add to that point?
Yeah, I'm not sure I could explain it any better than Mr. Sanjay. He did a great job there. I particularly like the I think you said bits
Indeed.
controlling watts. I really like that. It's exactly what it is, and it describes nicely the role of digital integration into a traditional, sort of hardware environment there. But I mean, if you look at the digital piece that's happening, at the moment, if we think bigger than data center right now, because at the end of the day, why do we have data centers? It's to store all of this data that's being generated by everybody in the world. It's not just the data center industry isn't just there for the sake of being there. Data isn't going to slow down, anytime soon. If you have a look at it now, I mean, I have children that are teenagers. They've never lived in an age where there wasn't such a thing as a smartphone. They've never lived in the age where there wasn't the internet. If I talk to my children, now and say, how do you converse with your friends and family? They go, I'm on Discord, or we just send each other TikTok videos, or whatever it may be. Can you imagine how this is going to grow and proliferate for the next generation? So it's going to be data on top of data on top of data. Okay, that creates more storage. The storage lives in the cloud. The cloud is going to get bigger, and that has to go and live in larger data centers. So really, we're at a sort of tipping point. And again, Mr. Sanjay sort of alluded to this, where we're probably at an age in technology where we've never been in before. And we've all heard of the term of Industry 4.0. Okay, I think we're quite familiar with that, the next stage of how technology, integrates with society. But if we don't actually start addressing this now, if we don't get the integration between these platforms happening between all these digital solutions, all these hardware solutions, all these renewable solutions, it's basically, we're going to run out of time, I mean, out of time from a sustainability point of view, from a CO2 emission point of view as well. So, the time is here now. It's not 10 years in the future or anything, like that, but we actually have to, probably almost work together as an industry, with organizations like IDPRO, who are agnostic, can bring all the vendors' best technology together, that then in turn actually benefits not just our industry, but, globally, it benefits as well.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Pak Ray, bisa menambahkan Pak, terutama terkait dengan apa yang sudah dilakukan ABB di Indonesia ya, dalam mengantisipasi data explosion yang sudah terjadi ini. Silakan Pak Ray.
Ya, jadi saya gunakan dengan bahasa Indonesia. Kita sudah untuk project saat ini kita sudah bekerja sama untuk Amazon Web Service untuk di Indonesia. Jadi kita juga ikut berkontribusi dan berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan data center saat ini. Di tahun ini kita sudah dapat. Memang kita melihat dari sisi ABB data center ini menjadi segmen tersendiri. Dulu mungkin seperti di segmen industri seperti oil and gas, mining itu menjadi satu segmen tersendiri dan menarik. Tetapi sekarang data center bahkan punya segmen tersendiri di seluruh dunia karena ini memang trendingnya ke arah sana. Dan dari ABB sendiri apa yang kita lakukan adalah karena ini sesuatu yang baru dan banyak proyek yang terkait dengan data center itu terkadang tidak hanya didedicated di satu negara saja. Jadi mungkin konsultannya di negara lain di luar Indonesia, kontraktornya berbeda dan sebagainya. Kita mensupport secara dengan global presence ABB untuk bisa mensupport secara keseluruhan. Terutama kaitannya dengan ABB di Indonesia, karena kita sebagai operator dan letak data center Indonesia,
kita lebih berfokus bagaimana dengan pemilihan produk dan bagaimana memaintainnya. Karena kita tahu sendiri bahwa kebutuhan data center saat ini tidak hanya dari sisi industri, dari sisi pendidikan, dari semua segmen transaksi industri, transaksi perdagangan, dan sebagainya. Hampir seluruh aktivitas kita kemudian berusaha untuk merelated dengan data center. Karena kondisi dengan COVID seperti ini, kebutuhan itu menjadi luas. Dan data center yang dibangun, kita tidak cukup hanya bicara bagaimana membangun dan meng-create. Bagaimana kita memaintain supaya menjadi sustainable, dan bagaimana kita membuat platform itu menjadi baik. Karena kalau kita mau bicara, di level yang lebih tinggi, let's say informasi kita menganalisa dan sebagainya, tentu daripada saat awal proyek kita harus lengkapi peralatan data center kita dengan sensor-sensor atau equipment-equipment yang terkait, sehingga ketika nanti kita mengintegrasi, kita memiliki betul-betul tidak hanya rencana jangka pendek, tapi juga rencana jangka panjang. Bagaimana mendevelop ini menjadi semakin baik. Nah, itu yang ABB terus lakukan. Kita berusaha terlibat lebih banyak dalam hal ini, men-sharing apa yang kita miliki saat ini, sehingga betul-betul kita bisa berkontribusi yang lebih baik lagi untuk Indonesia. Itu kira-kira.
Terima kasih Pak Ari. Selanjutnya mungkin untuk Pak Sani. Jadi ini kan kita lihat Pak, mungkin juga di teman-teman asosiasi HKI merasakan dampak dari pertumbuhan data yang luar biasa besar ini. Beberapa member IDPRO juga sudah ada di kawasan industri yang Bapak juga sekarang manage ya. Ini langkah-langkah apa saja Pak yang sudah dilakukan oleh HKI untuk membantu teman-teman pelaku data center untuk bisa menyediakan layanan yang berkualitas Pak?
Ya, dari HKI, Indonesia Industrial Estate Association, kita terus Pak, kita mendorong kepada anggota-anggota kita untuk menyiapkan infrastruktur dan utilitas yang mendukung daripada masuknya industri data center. Jadi ada 5 hal yang tadi saya sudah jelaskan waktu saya presentasi, dan sebetulnya beberapa tadi seperti Pak Indra sampaikan, betul Pak, khususnya 2 kawasan industri yang saya kembangkan itu juga, atau dari grup kami, itu yang sudah sangat siap ya. Jadi misalkan itu yang di GIC ya, Greenland International Industrial Center, Kota Delta Mas di Bekasi, termasuk KIC, Kerawang International Industrial Center di Kerawang Barat, itu sudah sangat-sangat siap. Dan beberapa pemain data center dunia juga sudah masuk, ya, seperti AWS, seperti K2, Stratus, ya, Airtrunk, dan juga berikutnya nanti Microsoft juga. Jadi memang kita terus dorong, jadi beberapa kawasan-kawasan yang sekarang juga baik yang sudah dibangun maupun yang sedang akan dibangun, mereka semuanya mempersiapkan, ya, termasuk salah satunya Smartpolitan yang ada di Subang, di Jawa Barat. Selain kawasan industri, mungkin juga ada kawasan-kawasan yang mungkin orientasinya seperti pariwisata, saya pikir juga mempersiapkan diri, termasuk untuk kawasan-kawasan yang lain juga. Misalkan ambil contoh seperti Digital Hub at Unisa Pondame, PSD, yang nanti ada rencana 5 hektar ya dibangun seperti nanti untuk Silicon Valley-nya Indonesia lah. Itu posisinya persisnya lokasinya di belakang daripada Green Office Park yang ada di BSD. Ya, demikian juga misalkan seperti Nongsa Digital Park ya di Batam, itu yang orientasi ke kawasan pariwisata, itu sekarang juga sudah dikembangkan ya, dan mempersiapkan infrastruktur untuk mendukung industri data center. Nah, saya rasa itu Pak Indra.
Menarik Pak. Jadi kalau nanti kita bersama-sama teman-teman di IDPRO ingin lihat, bisa Pak ya bersama-sama HKI ya?
Ya, sangat bisa sekali Pak. Dan juga kita juga sangat concern terkait dengan masalah green industry, energi hijau. Itu yang juga menjadi concern kami. Beberapa misalkan seperti solar panel, ya itu juga sudah masuk. Kemudian bagaimana terkait dengan kita punya water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, itu semuanya juga dikaitkan Pak dengan semuanya serba digital ya, untuk penerangan lampu jalannya, untuk security parkingnya, untuk semuanya, termasuk yang saya harapkan masing-masing kantor pengelola kawasan industri itu sudah bisa menjadi pusat data juga Pak untuk industri yang di dalamnya, Sehingga mungkin seperti Kementerian Investasi atau BKPM mungkin akan lebih dimudahkan gitu Pak di dalam memperoleh data-data investasi yang ada di Indonesia. Dan itu mungkin HKI kita perlu kerjasama ini Pak dengan IDPRO. Saya sangat semangat sekali ini supaya nanti bagaimana IDPRO juga bisa saling kolaborasi dengan kami untuk mendukung masuknya daripada pemain-pemain data center dunia di Indonesia ini Pak.
Terima kasih Pak. So I would like also now discussing about edge data center. Maybe I would like to start with Rich first. I would like to know more about the Eaton Edge Data Center solution. Could you please tell us more?
Yeah, sure, Hendra. So, I mean, we sort of had a look at what it physically looks like, you know, during the presentation. So, if you were to come to, you know, Eaton today and say, I would like to buy an edge solution, you know, that from a physical point of view, that's what you would end up with at a very basic level, you know, and all in one data center. So, we're essentially trying to pack an entire data center into a rack, like a single rack. So that includes power, cooling, management, monitoring, but it still has to have all the same functionality as a data center, you know. And if you look at why customers actually want to have an edge data center, it's because they want to be closer to their data. Okay, they want the data to actually be there, instantly accessible. Okay, this is especially important for, you know, customers such as banks. You imagine investment firms, trading firms who cannot have any downtime. It's the difference between making a good call and a bad call. You know, on the investment side is a matter of seconds. You know, actually doing that. Then, of course, you think of emergency services as well. So healthcare, having a viable edge solution where the data is right next to them is very important. And I mean, if you have a look at the second part of that is, I mean, Cisco estimate that there'll be 13.5 billion connected network devices in APAC, 13.5 billion by 2023, which is not that far away. So I'd say the number will even increase again, you know, by 2023. How do you make sense? Again, I keep going back to data, but how do you make sense of all that data coming out of those 13.5 billion access points, those sensors, wherever they may be? You can't just transfer all of that data, you know, into a data center, then transfer all the data back out. You're actually making the problem worse. You're doubling that data. So, you know, there's a twofold benefit of having an edge solution, you know, out there. You know, one, you're bringing the data to the customer. Two, you're doing the data processing where it needs to be used most, which is at the customer. Probably the key thing, Hendra, for a good solution is look for an end-to-end solution. There are solutions out there where it's hardware only. There's solutions out there where it's software only, you know, and the solutions that you then have to go and get to actually secure it from a cybersecurity point of view. I strongly encourage anybody out there looking into that, you know, look at a single source that can actually do the hardware, the software, and securely, you know, lock this device down as well. At the end of the day, we're talking about data that's out there on a customer premise or in front of customers. So security is very important as well.
Okay. Thank you, Rich. Sanjay, do you have any other inputs?
Yeah, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Rich put it correctly. It's all about user experience, and at the end of the day, you have applications that require certain technical parameters. Latency is very important. For example, in the stock trading that Rich mentioned, another classic example, probably a simpler one to understand, is surveillance. You have tens of thousands of high definition cameras, you know, all over the place, including for, you know, smart cities and so on. If you start putting all this 4K, 8K high definition data back to the data center, I mean, your network would be clogged. Also for certain applications, it's imperative that the data is processed very closely to where it is produced, and which basically means closer to the consumer. If you look at the new applications experiences like holographic video conferencing, you'll be generating a lot of data, and you need to process that very quickly, encrypt it very quickly, so that you know, you have much better data security. So all of that would require some form of processing, some form of caching, If you are a CDN provider, a content delivery network, you'd have to cache it closer to the user. So all of this requires some element of caching, processing, storing close to the user. And so now you need some physical hardware, and you need to put this hardware in a facility, and that's your edge data center. So for me, it is very it's very application scenario driven requirement. You could have a single cabinet with some hardware. You could have a half a dozen cabinets with some hardware. If you're processing unstructured data, you would have GPUs, then you suddenly see 20, 30, 40 kilowatt density per cabinet. So at Huawei, we are looking at these very different scenarios because we work very, very closely with most of the network providers. And at the end of the day, data goes through that network to the final user. So we look at these different scenarios and have roughly around, close to about 27 different variations of the edge data center. It could be a single cabinet, it could be multiple cabinets. You may have real estate to put these cabinets in a room. You may have no real estate and you may have to put it on top of a roof or in a car park. You may have power available in the building. You may have nothing available and gonna make it by a roadside. Something what you do with 5-8 kilowatt is very different. What you do with 20-30 kilowatt would be very different. So we have these, almost like a t-shirt size of various combinations. And we work very closely with network providers because the first question is, where do you need the edge data center? Yeah. So location. Where do you need that edge to be? That depends upon user experiences, distribution of networks, access points. I mean, all those elements. So we work closely with our clients. We help them plan where the edge is required. We then look at the different scenarios in terms of user experiences that are being offered. And most of this investment has to be also future-proof, right? I mean, you're going to spend money to put this. The last thing you want is you invest today and it's outdated or it's obsolete 24 months down the road. So all these factors kind of come in to drive, a play at the edge. It's clearly growing. In fact, right now I'm in the US and it's past midnight. But last week I was with a client where we are talking about deploying almost about 900 edge sites, and of them they fall in about 7 or 8 different categories. So it's a big play. It's an evolving play. It requires a very close association between application providers, experience planners, and network delivery service companies, and all of this comes together to define what kind of edge is required.
Oke, thank you Sanjay. Sekarang saya mau nanya ke Leon lagi nih. Jadi kalau kita lihat kan salah satu dominant player nih Tokopedia di Indonesia untuk e-commerce ya. Apa saja yang sudah dilakukan oleh korporasi Tokopedia ini untuk encouraging growth dan development dari digital economy di Indonesia? Silakan.
Oke, thank you bro. Jadi cukup banyak sih. Jadi kita kan didirikan sejak 2009 ya. Dan kita punya visi itu to build a super ecosystem where anyone can start and discover anything. Maksudnya can start itu memulai bisnis. Discover ya sebagai konsumen kita mencari apapun gitu. Nah, visi ini salah satu yang paling penting adalah kita itu percaya dengan semangat kolaborasi sih. Jadi kita dari awal kita pengennya bangun jembatan gitu. Bukan bangun dinding-dinding penghalang, bukan bangun tembok kita sendiri kan. Nah, melalui super ekosistem ini ya kita berkomitmen untuk menghadirkan solusi ya. solusi di mana brand-brand Indonesia terutama ya brand-brand Indonesia, brand-brand masa depannya Indonesia ini mereka bisa tumbuh dan mereka bisa nikmati ekosistem dan infrastruktur yang kita bangun gitu. Nah, tahun ke-12 ini Tokopedia sudah berkembang sejauh apa sih? Kita ada kira-kira ada 4 line of business ya. Kita sebut business unit di Tokopedia. Yang pertama itu marketplace dan digital products. Nah, ini memang layanan pertama dan utama kita. Kita kan pertama kali kita launching situs di marketplace dan merchants yang bergabung dengan Tokopedia juga hampir semuanya itu memang UMKM, bahkan hanya usaha kecil menengah ya, tapi kita melakukan survei dengan LPM UI waktu itu, bahkan hampir semuanya itu levelnya ultra mikro, bahkan itu sedikit di bawah UMKM ya. Nah, kemudian yang kedua itu kita ada fintech dan payment. Kenapa kita ada fintech dan payment? Karena kita lihat ketika transaksi sudah mulai makin besar, mulai makin banyak, pengguna makin banyak, seamless payment itu penting banget. Tapi nggak cuma pembayaran. Ketika merchant kita sudah mulai menghasilkan hal yang cukup banyak, mereka itu juga sudah mulai wealth creation gitu. Jadi di fintechnya kita juga ada investment. Jadi bisa investment e-gold misalnya tentang emas, kita ada mutual fund juga ada gitu. Tapi nggak cuma investment ya, jadi banyak sekali literasi keuangan juga kita bantu sih. Banyak sekali kita bekerja sama juga dengan teman-teman dari fintech, kita tawarkan pinjaman produktif ya untuk merchants kita, tapi juga pinjaman konsumtif untuk membantu pembeli yang bergabung dengan Tokopedia. Yang ketiga itu logistik dan fulfillment. Kenapa ini penting? Kenapa ini penting? Karena di awal-awal banyak orang yang sudah puas dengan ya yang penting barang saya sampai. Kalau nggak sampai ya minimal saya dapat refund lah gitu. Nah tapi zaman sekarang sudah nggak puas. Mereka maunya sampai harus lebih cepat, tapi juga mau lebih murah gitu. Nah gimana cara kita lakuin ini? Makanya kita ada business unit logistik dan fulfillment. Kita menggunakan big data banget sih ini. Jadi kita menggunakan big data untuk lihat heat map-nya transaksi-transaksi Tokopedia. Jadi kita bisa bilang dengan partners logistiknya kita, ini heat map-nya loh, teman-teman bantu kita ya untuk memperkuat gudangnya di sana gitu. Kita juga menggunakan big data ini, kita kasih tahu ke merchant kita, kira-kira kita punya demand predictions, kayaknya barang kamu dibutuhkan di kota ini gitu. Misal contoh di Makassar ya, barang-barang merchant yang ada di Bandung, kita udah bisa bikin demand prediction, sepertinya akan ada kebutuhan di Makassar. Mau nggak kamu ready stock di sana? Karena kita sudah ada partner yang bangun gudang di situ. Nah, ketika itu sudah terjadi, apa yang bisa dinikmati? Jadi pembeli di Makassar, ketika mereka beli barang dari merchant di Bandung, karena sudah ready stock di Makassar, kan jadinya sampainya lebih cepat dan tentu saja lebih murah gitu. Nah ini kira-kira konsepnya logistik dan fulfillment kita, dan terakhir kita tuh ada namanya Mitra Tokopedia. Ini inisiatif U2O-nya kita sih, karena banyak sekali warung-warung yang ya mereka itu memang masih sangat-sangat perlu banget untuk offline ya, karena nggak cuma masalah jual beli, kadang-kadang di kota-kota kecil ya warung-warung itu kan bertemu dengan orang, kadang-kadang itu tuh aktivitas komunitas gitu loh. Jadi mereka kenal dengan orang-orang yang datang. Nah, aktivitas itu kadang-kadang memang sangat susah untuk digantikan hanya sekedar berbelanja online saja. Nah, untuk hal-hal untuk teman-teman warung kita yang seperti ini, kita bantu konsep O2O new retail kita melalui Mitra Tokopedia. Nah, kira-kira itu sih, kita sudah ada 4 bisnis model ini, dan hasilnya gimana? Ya kita juga bekerja sama dengan LPM UI ya. Mereka kan lembaga yang cukup reputasinya cukup baik ya, sangat baik bahkan menurut saya. Mereka lembaga riset yang sangat baik. Hasilnya bagaimana? Hasilnya ya kita itu 90% itu tadi itu memang datanya penjual yang ultra mikro. Nah 68%, 68,6% itu ternyata pencari nafkah tunggal di keluarga gitu. Nah, terutama selama pandemi ini ya, ini yang menurut saya yang paling keren, ini encouraging banget hasilnya. 7 dari 10 penjual di Tokopedia mereka mengaku bahwa penjualan mereka naik sampai 133% gitu. Dan yang naik sebesar itu justru bukan di kota besar di Jawa gitu. Justru seingat saya di Sulawesi ada 2 provinsi dan di NTB bahkan. Nah, jadi salah satu misinya kita demokratis commerce through teknologi ya, pemerataan ekonomi itu sudah mulai kelihatan gitu. Ya kira-kira begini ya yang bisa saya sampaikan.
Congratulations. Ini menarik banget Leon, dampak sosial dan ekonominya ya terhadap ekonomi di Indonesia. Nah ini kita punya waktu 5 menit lagi, jadi saya rasa kita bisa langsung kita menerima banyak sekali pertanyaan, khusus untuk panel ini. Kita mungkin lanjutkan ke Q&A session ya.
Alright, Pak Hendra, Mr. Hendra, luar biasa sekali diskusinya ya. Boleh nggak saya akan kasih a big round of applause to our speakers here. Luar biasa sekali. Dan juga nih saya mau menyampaikan nih, saya nih Tokopedia garis keras Pak Hendra. Saya Tokopedia garis keras ya, salah satu yang paling rajin tuh quality time kalau lagi sendirian tuh scrolling Tokopedia. Oke. So I think we are expecting some tough and difficult questions. So let's just go directly to our Q&A sessions. And for our audiences, if you still have any questions, please drop your questions onto the chat box. So I will help Mr. Hendra here. I will read the question.
Yang ini kita next aja dulu ya.
Oke. Pertanyaan selanjutnya. Baik, yang ini.
Oh iya, untuk Leon nih pertanyaannya.
Baik, nah pertanyaannya adalah melihat besarnya kebutuhan IT infrastruktur untuk Tokopedia, apakah ada rencana untuk Tokopedia membangun data center sendiri?
Wah.
Silakan Pak, do you think Tokopedia will build your own data center?
Pak, terima kasih. Ini apa pertanyaannya. Yang pertama begini, kita harus melihat apa namanya ya, kita harus melihat core DNA-nya kita apa sih. Jadi di Tokopedia itu core DNA-nya kita kan memang kita itu menciptakan aplikasi ya, lebih ke arah software lah ya, lebih ke arah aplikasi, lebih ke arah software, lebih ke arah sangat-sangat berbeda dengan teman-teman senior-senior di dunia data center, di dunia apa namanya electrical facility dan segala macam. Itu benar-benar sama-sama di bidang teknologi, tapi itu dua kubu yang totally berbeda sih. Jadi dan kita percaya dengan kolaborasi ya. Jadi kita bukan Superman juga, kita nggak bisa kerjaan semuanya sendiri gitu. Kita sangat jarang sekali talent-talent kita yang ahli di bidang-bidang tersebut, di bidang hardware, di bidang networking, di bidang fasilitas, di bidang listrik gitu, kelistrikan. Itu benar-benar beda sih. Jadi kita lebih percaya kita kolaborasi gitu. Makanya Tokopedia walaupun kita pakai cloud, kita juga roadmap-nya kita adalah multi cloud. Teman-teman mau tahu, kita itu punya data center, bukan punya data center ya, tapi kita menggunakan jasa colocation itu ada. Kita juga menggunakan jasa cloud juga ada. Dan jadinya kita campur sih. Memang ada tantangan tersendiri. Jadi sinkronisasi data bagaimana, memastikan semuanya up, satu down digantikan oleh yang lain, latency-nya bagaimana, kemudian jika backup-nya segala macam, kan kita tidak bisa mengharapkan semuanya tuh real time semuanya gitu. Nah, itu memang tantangan tersendiri, tapi sampai saat ini kita bersyukur kita bisa manage dengan baik. Teman-teman dari data center provider, tim engineering yang mereka, teman-teman dari cloud juga mereka intens sih ya diskusi dengan kita sih. Jadi kira-kira gitu, kita mengutamakan semangat kolaborasi sih. Jadi sudah banyak ahlinya yang benar-benar jauh lebih ahli dibanding Tokopedia dalam bidang-bidang yang kita tidak menguasai ya. Jadi kita lebih mau untuk berkolaborasi dengan teman-teman dari data center.
Makasih Leon. Jadi jawabannya tidak bangun tapi kolaborasi dengan anggota IDPRO saja ya Leon ya.
Baik, luar biasa. Memang nih kolaborasi dan sinergi yang akan terus terjalin ya. Betul ya,
Amin.
Mr. Hendra ya. Baik, pertanyaan selanjutnya. Oke, kali ini ditujukan kepada Bapak Sani Iskandar. Apakah HKI akan membuat green power plant untuk bisa membantu data center untuk bisa beroperasi tanpa merusak lingkungan? Baik, mohon maaf, Bapak Sani sepertinya masih termute mikrofonnya.
Oke, sorry, Syafri. Ya, tadi pertanyaannya apakah HKI akan membangun apa?
Power plant yang green.
Oh, power plant ya. Oke.
Yang green.
Jadi kalau HKI-nya sendiri, karena kami ini kan sebagai asosiasi tentunya tidak, namun beberapa daripada pemain pengembang dan pengelola kawasan industri, saya pikir ini semuanya juga pasti arahnya ke sana gitu ya. Karena ini sudah menjadikan tuntutan daripada tren dunia ya, ESG, environmental, social dan governance, khususnya yang terkait dengan masalah environmental ini yang selalu yang kita akan perhatikan gitu. Jadi terutama untuk penggunaan bahan bakarnya dan sebagainya, pasti orientasinya akan yang lebih ramah lingkungan, itu yang kita juga masuk di dalam program khusus di HKI-nya. Saya rasa itu Bu Syafri.
Terima kasih Pak Sani. Mungkin yang jadi challenge itu adalah selain dia green technology, tapi juga secara biaya operasi bisa lebih efisien Pak ya?
Pasti. Sekalipun itu sebetulnya dicapainya secara jangka panjang ya Pak Indra, karena memang investasi di awalnya pasti akan lebih besar. Ya, cuman ya itu kadang-kadang tantangannya di situ. Kadang-kadang makanya bukan beberapa, tapi praktis hampir seluruh pemain pengembang atau pengelola kawasan industri kan memang perusahaan-perusahaan yang memang bermodalkan besar karena memang nafasnya harus panjang. Jadi kita harus siap memang untuk kita punya returnnya itu hitung-hitungannya sangat panjang. Untuk itu mungkin saya juga ingin sekaligus menyampaikan ya kepada para colleagues di sini. So we are from HKI, Industrial Estate Association is very ready to cooperate and collaboration with all of you. So from Huawei, Pak Sanjay, from Eaton ya Pak Mr. H ya, and also from Tokopedia Pak Leon, from IBP Pak Ray, dan juga khususnya ya dengan IDPRO Pak Hendra. Jadi kita siap berkolaborasi untuk mempersiapkan ini semua yang lebih baik. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Bapak Sani. Pastinya pembangunan ataupun untuk merealisasikan ini memang dilakukan secara bertahap ya Pak Hendra ya. Baik, pertanyaan selanjutnya, the next question for Mr. Sanjay. Is it possible to have co-generation on-site data center? And the co-generation system will generate not only electricity, but also cooling system that needed for the data center as well as for energy efficiency. This question from Mr. Bayu. And however, some said that the power generation cannot be located near the data center, and that makes the co-generation system cannot be applied. Is there any specific distance to the data center?
Two questions. First, let's address co-generation. Definitely a great idea. There are many geographies and many infrastructures where gas is available, and you definitely could leverage that and set up your own gas plant. And most gas plants, by nature of how they work, whether it's a turbine or an engine, would definitely have the entitlement of cogeneration, and that using reverse heat pumps would give a certain element of cooling capability. So clearly the calorific value of gas gets you some electrical energy, some cooling energy, overall a much better equation. You would use this if the size is a bit larger, a few megawatts at minimum. Let's not also forget that if you are in the business of data centers, now you also got into the business of power generation. So you need to be able to handle that extra complexity of setting up a power plant, although they are not as difficult as some of the larger ones. With regards to distance, I guess that is not anymore a huge concern. It's more a safety concern, but it's not necessarily a concern that it cannot be on-prem. There are a lot of gas-based machines that are pretty much within the same campus. But again, local assessment in terms of safety, security, best practices that are used, how the gas lines are running can be done. Let's not forget that currently we are even using gas-based fuel cells. So this is also something that is again on-prem. So very much doable, but there has to be an economy of scale, especially because you're putting at the power plant. You should also consider the fact that you now have invested in a more complex power system, and you then need to maintain it through its life cycle. And as usual, if that is your only source, then you have to be very sure that the gas line is not uninterrupted.
Yeah.
Or rather uninterrupted.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay.
All right, thank you very much for the explanation, Mr. Sanjay. Moving on to the next question, this one from Alwin, Mr. Alwin, thank you so much for the question. Dan ditujukan kepada Mr. Ray Lianto from ABB. Apakah semua instrumen yang terpasang perlu adanya kalibrasi? Dan bagaimana metode dalam preventive maintenance dalam instrumen tersebut? Silakan, Mr. Ray.
Terima kasih. Jadi kalau untuk keperluan instrumen, pasti pada prinsipnya itu diperlukan kalibrasi. Kalibrasi itu untuk memastikan bahwa data yang dikirim itu sudah divalidasi sesuai dengan real condition. Itu tujuannya kalibrasi dari tersebut. Dan ketika instrumen itu sudah dikalibrasi, tentu setiap equipment itu ada ketentuannya. Setiap berapa lama perlu dikalibrasi ulang untuk memastikan informasi itu tepat. Nah, kemudian setelah semua instrumen itu dipasang, maka itu bisa ditarik sesuai kebutuhan ke masing-masing platform. Ada yang menggunakan misalnya di IT, dia bisa menggunakan database system, bisa, atau menggunakan OT, misalnya menggunakan sistem DCS atau Building Automation System. Kita juga bisa tarik datanya. Pada prinsipnya setelah menjadi informasi, maka itu akan lebih mudah mau diaplikasikan ke untuk keperluan apa, apakah itu operasional, apakah itu analisa dan sebagainya. Tapi memang sensor menjadi poin yang paling penting karena itu adalah validasi pertama data tersebut benar. Jadi itu yang paling kritikal, kira-kira seperti itu.
Baik, dan ini masih melanjutkan, nggak apa-apa ya Mr. Hendra ya? Ini sepertinya masih berkaitan dengan penjelasan dari Mr. Ray. Karena ini juga berkaitan erat dengan hal tersebut dan pertanyaannya dari Mr. Mukhlisin. Does VSD ABB solution support or compatible for all motor, compressor, or need special requirement? Ini tampaknya technical, cukup technical. Silahkan Mr. Ray.
Oke, jadi pada prinsipnya seluruh VSD dan motor itu bisa multi-brand, tidak harus ABB to ABB. Hanya saja untuk ketentuan memang dari tipe motor itu ada yang sifatnya standar atau memang applicable untuk VSD. Jadi dilihat dari spesifikasi motor tersebut. Ketika dia memenuhi spesifikasi untuk di-connect langsung ke VSD, maka itu bisa dilakukan, itu applicable. Seperti itu.
Baik,
dan tentu ada
Silakan Pak. Silakan Pak.
Ya, jadi saya nggak mau terlalu teknis, tetapi memang dari sisi materialnya itu juga berbeda, insulation dan sebagainya. Kalaupun terjadi tidak standar, apa yang terjadi? Bukan itu mengalami kerusakan, tetapi usia dari equipment itu akan jadi lebih pendek. Ya, jadi kadang-kadang kenapa misalnya kita contohkan pada saat ini, kenapa usia dari beberapa produk itu menjadi lebih pendek? Terkadang karena spesifikasinya tidak sesuai dengan requirement yang dibutuhkan. Kurang lebih itu.
Baik, terima kasih penjelasannya Mr. Ray. Mr. Hendra, mungkin ada hal lain yang ingin disampaikan atau kita langsung berlanjut kepada
langsung lagi ya. Karena
siap.
we have like 5 more minutes. Left.
Quite limited time for the Q&A session. Okay, next question still from Mr. Mukhlisin.
Untuk Rich seperti ini.
Yeah. Okay, what kind or what type of battery that used in Eaton? Okay, so that this question will be delivered to Mr. Rich. What kind or what type of battery that used in Eton that have good specification to use for support sustainability of data center, but also still green for environment? We know that battery is produce hazardous and toxic waste. Okay, please, Mr. Rich.
Yeah, it's quite a big question out there. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're using a VRLA, a lead acid battery, whether you're using a lithium-ion battery. We still have to go and mine those raw materials out of the ground. Okay, that's where they come from. At the end of the day, they're all raw materials. So from a production of these batteries, none of it is really green. Okay, it's just a simple fact. But then it's how you actually apply technology and how you actually integrate these into your data center that you can actually get some sustainability benefits out of that. So if I look at a lithium-ion battery, now lithium-ion batteries are pretty much prevalent out there now for data center usage. The use of lead-acid batteries is declining, quite a lot. Majority of customers want lithium-ion. And there's a number of reasons for that. There's commercial reasons, out there when the cost has actually come down of the lithium-ion batteries now, and that's mainly driven through electric vehicles, not so much data centers, but it's driven the cost down. These batteries are physically smaller, so you can fit more of these batteries, thereby taking up less space inside the data center, and they're lighter, as well. So everything from supply chain shipping these batteries through to looking at floor loadings in data centers, you can actually save money. The green aspect for lithium-ion really comes around their life cycle. So in a typical lead-acid battery, you have to replace that roughly, depending on where you are, every 5 to 7 years is when you'd go through a lead-acid battery. And when you replace batteries at a data center, you don't just replace 1 or 2 batteries. You pretty much go through and replace all of the batteries. It only takes 1 battery in a battery string to actually compromise the integrity of an entire electrical unit. So if you have to replace these every 5 to 7 years, it's quite costly. Again, we have to try to recycle these batteries, whereas lithium-ion batteries have a 15-year battery life. So you're essentially getting twice the battery life out of a lithium-ion battery as what you would out of a lead-acid battery. So that means that you're only using half as much, at the end of the day. The great thing about lithium-ion batteries too is they are recyclable. They're like any other batteries that are actually out there. So one of the activities we have in place now, we actually Eton have a global partnership with Nissan, the car maker Nissan. Nissan have the electric vehicle called the Nissan Leaf. We can actually use their second-hand car batteries, the Nissan Leaf second-hand car batteries, inside of our UPS. Now, after a certain amount of years, you can't get the same charge out of these batteries, which means they're not sufficient for a car, they're not usable for an electric vehicle. But there's still enough charge in these batteries for us to be able to use them inside a UPS. So we do actually have an agreement where we take these second-hand batteries and we can actually use them inside of our UPS. And in fact, our biggest install is in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, and it actually runs their major arena, their global arena over there, where they have concerts and soccer matches and everything like that. So, there are ways that you can actually be greener, or you do have a greener choice. But there's really no such thing as an environmentally friendly battery, just because at the end of the day, you've got to mine the materials out of the ground.
All right,
Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, and
especially the collaboration with Nissan, because they're producing Nissan Leaf, using the batteries, a lot of batteries.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanation, Mr. Rich. Okay, next question from Mr. Asep Muhammad. How to ensure business continuity and operational efficiency in cloud data center and architectures? So, Mr.
I think it goes to Bro Leon nih, gimana memastikan business continuity dan operational efficiency, karena Tokopedia sekarang udah besar sekali ya, dan multiple cloud platform lagi yang dipergunakan. Nah, silakan Bro Leon.
Oke, intinya sih sebenarnya people, proses, baru teknologi sih. Nah, jadi pengalaman kita adalah yang pertama itu people sih. Jadi kita itu benar-benar harus berhubungan baik dengan people-nya gitu. Kita nggak boleh silo, kita harus align banget dengan berbagai stakeholders di Tokopedia. Stakeholdersnya ada stakeholder bisnis, ada finance, kemudian ada juga operation and customer care, ada juga teknologi, macam-macam. Apalagi sekarang kita sudah bergabung dengan teman kita jadi GoTo Group, kita again harus banyak banget koordinasi dan singap dengan teman-teman juga dari Project dan GoTo Financials. Nah, jadi people ini hal yang paling penting sih, karena kita udah pernah ngalamin banyak hal ketika ada informasi yang hilang gitu. Hanya sekelompok orang tertentu yang mengetahui, tapi orang lain tidak mengetahui, kelompok lain tidak mengetahui. Nah, itu yang bikin segala sesuatu jadi lebih rumit dan kompleks ya. Nah, kemudian proses juga penting. Jadi ketika kita kecil, memang ini kita ketika udah makin besar itu growing pain ya. Ketika kita kecil itu prosesnya gampang, karena orangnya sedikit. Dulu Tokopedia di ruko, kita satu lantai, kita hanya pakai satu lantai dari 4 lantai ruko tersebut. Jadi kita nggak perlu ruang meeting, ya hanya 3-4 orang yang duduk di tempat kerja yang sama, apapun yang mau dibahas langsung gitu. Tapi sekarang udah berbeda kan. Bahkan ketika belum pandemi pun, ketika kita masih bekerja dari kantor, itu lantainya udah berbeda gitu. Jadi benar-benar proses itu sangat penting sih. Kita dokumentasikan dengan baik, kita menyepakati dokumennya, kita menyepakati banyak hal di dokumen tersebut. Kemudian kita sepakat juga tools yang kita gunakan apa, kita sepakat juga macam-macam gitu. Kita menyepakati hal itu macam-macam, itu sangat-sangat penting. Nah, disitulah prosesnya penting. Nah, proses itu nanti masuk lagi ke ketika kita sudah mulai kompleks, ya banyak sekali compliance related yang harus kita lakukan. Nanti teman-teman akan merasakan sendiri compliance dan kawan-kawannya itu bukan mempersulit. Saya sudah merasakan sendiri itu adalah hal yang justru akan menaikkan level kita lebih tinggi dan lebih tinggi lagi gitu. Nah, itu proses yang penting, dan tentu saja ya terakhir teknologinya gitu. Kita harus ikutin tren teknologi terbaru. Automation juga main peranan banyak di sana. Jadi 3 hal itu sih. Nah, semua itu ketiganya itu harus dibungkus oleh company visions, missions, target, directions yang sangat-sangat clear dari top managementnya. Jadi makanya kita benar-benar itu sih, between top management kita juga nggak mau ada silo, kita diskusi semuanya bareng-bareng. Ya mungkin kira-kira gitu ya, 3 hal yang.
Kalau boleh tahu sekarang users Tokopedia sudah berapa, Leon, yang aktif users?
Kita monthly active users kita itu sudah 100 juta lebih. Itu monthly active user ya, jadi yang nggak aktif kita nggak hitung. Yang aktif itu yang pasti harus ada transaksinya. Dan merchants juga sama, kita hitung itu monthly active merchants itu yang transacting merchants ya. Itu kita sudah 11 juta lebih sih.
Wow, luar biasa, angka yang sangat besar.
Okay, thank you so much. We have so many valuable information from this amazing panels.
Indeed.
Thank you so much.
Let's give another big round of applause for our speakers here and also to you, Mr. Hendra.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, we have a very limited time, so we have to close our Q&A session. But before we close this panel discussion, I would like to invite our speakers here together with Pak Hendra to take pictures together.
Sure.
Okay, so let's take pictures together. The very first one, Mr. Hendra is the moderator, together with the speakers. Okay, I will do the countdown. Please don't hesitate to strike any poses if you want to give thumbs up or little heart, okay? So you decide. Okay.
Thumbs up then.
Thumbs up, okay. I'll do the countdown and we'll take a picture in 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And now we are inviting our friends from ABB, Eaton and Huawei to take pictures together. The first one from ABB. So please, our friends and partners from ABB, to turn your camera on and let's take pictures together.
Nobody's showing their face.
Okay. Mungkin Bapak Ahmad Zailani, Bapak Guntur, Bapak Indra Dana bisa menyalakan kamera. Bapak Reza, Bapak Gutus. Baik, nah tampaknya ini Ibu Anggun sudah menyalakan kamera ya. Halo Ibu Anggun.
Halo Bapak-Bapak semua, Ibu.
Bapak Reza juga tampaknya sedang bersiap. Mungkin juga rekan-rekan dari Eaton and also our friends from Huawei untuk bisa menyalakan kamera ya. Setelah ini kita akan berfoto bersama.
Oke, yang lain
Oke.
sepertinya belum.
Baik, kalau begitu bagaimana? Oke, baik, kita akan berfoto bersama. Boleh kasih thumbs up juga ya Ibu Anggun dan juga Bapak Reza ya. Oke, let's take pictures together in 3, 2, 1. Let's give a big round of applause for our friends from ABB. And now it's time for me to invite our friends from Eton. Baik, boleh menyalakan kamera Bapak dan Ibu semua. Masih kami tunggu, silahkan nyalakan kamera. Setelah ini juga kami akan mengundang rekan-rekan dari Huawei. Jadi bisa mulai persiapan dari sekarang dan menyalakan kamera dari sekarang. Baik, kalau begitu mungkin kali ini gayanya berbeda ya Pak ya? Bagaimana? Mungkin small hearts? Oke, we can show big hearts, not small hearts ya, big hearts. Oke, let's take pictures together in 3, 2, 1. Amazing! Okay, next, we are inviting our friends from Huawei. Hello Huawei, hi. It's very great to see you. Thank you so much for opening your camera. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, we're expecting more and more to turn the camera on. Baik, kalau begitu langsung saja bagaimana yang ini?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Oke, kalau begitu. Let's give another thumbs up. Let's take picture in 3, 2, 1. Let's give another big round of applause for Huawei. Thank you so much once again, our friends from ABB, Eton, and also Huawei, and all participants who has joining us today. Thank you so much once again to all speakers and also
all participants,
Bapak Hendra. And also sekarang kita akan mengundang semua partisipan untuk mengaktifkan kamera. Semua peserta, all audience, we are inviting all participants to take pictures together. Boleh silahkan nyalakan kameranya. Baik, sambil menunggu boleh saya melambaikan tangan. Can you please wave your hand? Hi everyone. Halo, hai.
Sehat-sehat semua.
We do really hope you're all having a great time.
Ya, kita taking
in
picture lagi ya.
Event. Baik, kalau begitu kita berfoto bersama di 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi ya, di 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you so much. Let's give another big round of applause for everyone.
Thank you, Selvian.
Once again, we thank our speakers for the insightful discussion, and also thank you, Mr. Hendra Suryakusuma, our moderator, for the second panel discussion. We also once again thank all participants for very active participation. Hopefully the panel discussion will be useful, beneficial, and insightful for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, through this webinar, IDPRO would convey once again its commitment to support the development and data center capacity in Indonesia. We believe data center can be built and created to be environmentally friendly, so that it will also support the strategic value of the environmental aspects of the Indonesian G20 presidency in 2022 to come. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that we have reached the end of our journey today. On behalf of IDPRO, I would like to thank you very much for attending today's event with our theme, Data Center Development Trends and Opportunities in Indonesia. We would like to thank ABB, Eton, and also Huawei for supporting this event. Let us take very good care and pray that we remain safe and healthy. I'm Selvin Jenita, and I'm signing off as your Master of Ceremony of the day. Hope to see you again next time, and goodbye.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, you are never far from ABB Drives and Motors. From cooling to warming a building, we help you hit the right temperature while avoiding high monthly energy bills. We also make sure you can squeeze out every gram of sugar without wasting a drop of energy. And for extracting raw materials, we are breaking new ground in safe, efficient electric mines. We provide the power to bend metal and the precision to craft paper. Our smart motion technology enables oil, gas, and chemicals to flow and brings uninterrupted water and power for millions of people around the world. ABB's traction technologies, from drives and motors to battery storage systems, make rail transport even more sustainable. Wherever you look, ABB Smart Motion keeps your world turning.
We are at a turning point. We need to cut CO2 emissions. And the most effective way to do this is to use less energy. However, we can't switch off everything. We need to produce food, keep water running, air flowing, trains moving, and ships sailing while continuously improving the energy efficiency. With ABB drives and motors, we can do just that. We can keep the world turning while saving energy every day. This is our mission. With your help, it will become a movement. Through product innovation and sharing knowledge and insights, we can improve performance, safety, and reliability, and help drive the low-carbon future for industries, cities, and infrastructure. Together, we can progress and sustain the future of industry and humanity. We are moving forward, but with your help, we can go much further. Join us and part of the energy efficiency movement.
Exponential data growth, rising infrastructure and energy costs, breakneck project schedules. The issues facing today's CIOs, IT managers, and data center facility managers get more complex every day. It's not enough to keep your data centers operating. You're responsible for driving results. Eaton helps its customers design and manage the world's most efficient data centers to optimize IT operations and improve business performance. Our industry-leading power and thermal management solutions can help you increase the reliability and efficiency of your data center to reduce your total cost of ownership, adapt to new technologies to meet your organization's changing needs, and scale rapidly to capture new opportunities by reducing your time to market. Eaton Power Conditioning, Distribution, and Backup Power Protection Systems deliver unrivaled performance and energy efficiency to customers all over the world. Proven in the most challenging IT environments, Eaton solutions ensure there's always a steady flow of high-quality power to your data center, so you can reduce your need for redundant power and cooling systems. Eaton Airflow and Thermal Management, combined with rack and enclosure solutions, enable you to pack more processing power into your data center. And our innovative software solutions give you the power to monitor and manage your data center like never before. From cabling under your floors to energy-saving LED lighting overhead, Eaton experts can help increase the efficiency and expand the capacity of your new or existing data centers. We'll work with you to create a more flexible, adaptive IT environment with modular solutions that enable you to scale quickly to changing business needs. Our world-class engineering team will help you accelerate the design and commissioning of your data center. And our global service and support network will help you keep it running flawlessly. Tackle your next data center challenge with a power management leader that has more than 100 years of experience, a reputation for innovation, and an unwavering commitment to doing business right. Work with Eaton to transform your data center into a center of excellence.
From beacon tower to telegraph, telephone to mobile phone, in thousands of years, we have been innovating and enriching connectivity. From people to people, people to things to things. Connectivity is always booming. It will be a connected world. By 2025, there will be 100 billion devices connected and 100 ZB data streamed. As data barriers, data centers will mushroom. Future data centers will be all connected, intelligent, and simple. Decisions will be fast and accurate with global resources analyzed. Construction is no longer demanding. Data centers are prefabricated in factories, assembled on site, fast to deploy, and flexible to expand. Data centers will be digital. From component, module, system, to data center itself, information is perceivable, visible, and manageable. Data centers will be intelligent. They will be manageable anywhere, anytime. Unattended operation, automatic inspection, and real-time parameter analysis make management more intelligent. Cooling and power facilities interact with IT business changes to reach an optimal PUE. Data centers will be networked. Global cloud data centers are connected and can be centralized and managed to ensure prompt response to faults and reliable operation. Huawei Intelligent Data Center delivers digital, networked, and intelligent concept into finance, transportation, energy, communication, and other industries. We are building a better connected world. Huawei Intelligent Data Center, greener and easier.
A next-generation data center will need to converge massive data to build unlimited computing power. Adopting a prefabricated and modular design to simplify deployment. Elastic architecture and on-demand deployment will reduce initial investment and maximize ROI and IRR. Converged and simplified cooling architecture will harness natural cooling resources, minimizing PUE. A fully converged power supply system with a modular and high-density design will offer an uninterruptible power supply, achieving high reliability and slashing the physical footprint. A next-generation data center is digitalized with full-link visualization, automatic fault isolation, and AI-powered maintenance, ensuring security and reliability. With added intelligence, AI will provide optimal energy policies, minimizing power consumption. Such a data center will offer dynamic resource analysis and full visualization, and will be self-healing and autonomous, with full lifecycle intelligent operations, ultimately implementing autonomous driving. In an ever-changing digital world, a next-generation data center will never stop evolving. Smart DC, building the future.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, you are never far from ABB Drives and Motors. From cooling to warming a building, we help you hit the right temperature while avoiding high monthly energy bills. We also make sure you can squeeze out every gram of sugar without wasting a drop of energy. And for extracting raw materials, we are breaking new ground in safe, efficient electric mines. We provide the power to bend metal and the precision to craft paper. Our Smart Motion technology enables oil, gas, and chemicals to flow and brings uninterrupted water and power for millions of people around the world. ABB's traction technologies, from drives and motors to battery storage systems, make rail transport even more sustainable. Wherever you look, ABB Smart Motion keeps your world turning.
We are at a turning point. We need to cut CO2 emissions. And the most effective way to do this is to use less energy. However, we can't switch off everything. We need to produce food, keep water running, air flowing, trains moving, and ships sailing while continuously improving the energy efficiency. With ABB Drives and Motors, we can do just that. We can keep the world turning while saving energy every day. This is our mission. With your help, it will become a movement. Through product innovation and sharing knowledge and insights, we can improve performance, safety, and reliability, and help drive the